Greetings, friends. Good day. Happy Saturday. And happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day if you're independent. Happy Saturday to everyone else. And welcome. Gonna do the only appropriate thing on a day like today and play some very American games on stream. What's up, Killick69, Goaty, you, Father Axekeeper, Brunan G, Not White Buffalo, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Welcome, welcome. This is not a highly prepared and planned out stream, but it kind of dawned on me yesterday that, hey, you know, I'm a little aimless currently with the stream subjects. You know, I appreciate it. It's nice to not have the bunch of pressure of all these projects and games I feel like I gotta finish and whatever else. But sometimes it's nice to be able to lean on that as well, not having to think too hard about what to prepare and what to set up. But when I realized it's the 4th of July, I was like, well, you know, I always like a good theme stream. I always like having a bit of fun with, you know, whatever excuse or contrivance you can come up with to maybe play things you wouldn't have otherwise.
What have you got there? A box?
Thank you very much for that, White Buffalo. We'll get to that in a moment. We do have a couple of box art review requests stacked up here. We'll take them all together. So if any more of you have requests, feel free to send them in, and we'll get to those in just a couple of minutes. But I'll explain more maybe as we get to the game playing segment. But I was feeling a little inspired by some stuff I've been watching over the last week or so, last couple of days on Twitch, and that actually also led to a little bit of a rabbit hole that I fell into last night when a bit on a whim, somewhat inspired, but I ended up grabbing Pinball Effects on Steam. I was doing a little bit of research because I have been watching Bilbo's Grand Spider-Man Adventure, and it led me to think about a few things, and I wanted to look up some stuff on Moby Games, and it led me to, as it often does when you look up that kind of thing, DLC for games and like Lego stuff and whatever else, and of course a bunch of Pinball Effects releases with like Spider-Man and other Marvel-based pinball tables. I don't know, it was like, I feel like it was the first time, at the very least in a very long time, that I actually looked at any of that stuff with any amount of scrutiny. And I don't know, it just reminded me that pinball is a lot of fun. And I actually dipped my toes back into Pinball Arcade. Like, I bought a bunch of tables on there many years ago when they had like the Williams, the Bally Midway licenses and stuff. And that was like fucking 15 years ago or something. Like, I think, if I remember correctly, I backed the Addams Family Pinball Kickstarter for Pinball Arcade, which must have been like 2012 or something. So I installed that again and played around with it a bit, like a couple of months ago, I think, and I had a lot of fun with it. And for some reason, that just every so often, every couple of years usually, I guess, I'm reminded that I think pinball is a lot of fun. But so I ended up grabbing Pinball Effects because it dawned on me too. It's like, hey, wait, there's the Steam sale, right, going on, right? So maybe I can get a bunch of tables for cheap currently. And yeah, it turns out that a lot of them are on sale. So I ended up buying a bunch of pinball tables. and installing Pinball Effects for the first time. And unsurprisingly, like, it's an ongoing live service kind of a thing. So there's also a lot of stuff you can do even with the tables you don't have. There's like challenges and stuff, and I guess because I just registered or like downloaded it, whatever, I also got like a 24-hour play pass that lets you play a bunch of tables that you don't have. So long story short, I ended up playing pinball games until like 2 a.m. last night. And it was a lot of fun because, like, not only are the games fun, period, it felt really good because I've not been feeling great lately, and I've been in a bit of a funk, and I've found it difficult to really kind of engross myself in anything really, but particularly games. It's a very frustrating feeling if you want to relax and enjoy yourself and play a game, and you can like play it for 10 minutes and you just kind of like you don't feel it, you're not enjoying yourself. But when I was playing these pinball games, like, pinball's just perfect, like ultra pure gaming. You just get fully into it, and there's no like distractions, there's no downtime, there's no tedium to it. Like, it was just so fully engrossing that, yeah, like, I mean, normally I go to bed at like 11 p.m. or something, so I was playing, and then like I happened to glance over and realize that it was like 1:52 a.m. or something. It was like, holy shit, the time just disappeared. So that was a lot of fun. So now I'm like, I was actually considering, man, maybe I should stream some pinball games. That might actually be a lot of fun. And I might still, but not today. Because today we do have a pretty fully, fully stacked docket. Father Axekeeper with the 26 months of Skull Club membership. In Burger we trust. Now those are words to live by. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, White Buffalo. I feel like I had enough alcohol for quite some time. This past weekend, I had a friend come visit for Evo, as is a yearly tradition, and we hung out, we did some barbecuing, and we drank a lot of beer and other things. It was great, but I'm gonna keep it pretty chill today, I think. But of course, happy beer and hot dogs day for those. I mean, that sounds pretty great. I've had some good beer and hot dog days previously, thankfully. Let me try to catch up here. We got more box art requests. Let me just get those ready. What the link you posted there, Father Asskeeper, I'm getting like the preview works. The link preview in my chat window works, but then when I click the link's broken. So if you can find another version of that image and just post the link in chat, I'd appreciate it. But I don't have that image on hand now. Let me just do another moment of prep here to get these images ready, and we'll kick things off with a little bit of box art reviewing. Before I do, though, let me just hydrate. Thankfully, the heat's been subsiding here over the last day or two, so it's actually pretty comfortable for once. All right, let's get this ready and let's hop on over here. And let's take a look at... Nope, that's not the right one. There we go. Blades of Vengeance by Lord Beam Software. This is a game I've been wanting to play for a long time. It's a game that's like, it's got some, I guess, I mean, Commonwealth and everything, but I don't know if Western is quite the right word for an Australian game, but I think it's fair to say still that it's got some Western game-isms. You wouldn't confuse it for a Japanese arcade game, that's for sure, but it still is a I think we can broadly call it a game in the kind of Rastan style lineage, not just in the, you know, the setting, but, you know, that style of melee combat action platformer. But it's a little bit, I think, more exploratory. You know, it's not fully linear level design. But it's a cool game, and it's got good art. Like, it's a game, whenever I see it, I think it looks pretty sick, and I'm, like, a little bit disappointed that it's not cooler. I don't know, it's hard to phrase exactly, but there's just, like, some game design elements to it that make me wish, or make me think, like, if there had been a pretty much the same game, but, you know, a Japanese arcade game, it'd be sick. But it's cool that we got a variety of different things, for sure. I'm also a little bummed, I guess, because I'm pretty sure this does not have an actual Japanese release. And given that I collect Japanese Mega Drive games, I would not be getting this one. Then again, if there was one, I'm sure it'd be really expensive. But that aside, it is a cool game. It's got cool art. The character designs aren't fully authentic to the game, but, you know, representative enough, and certainly the vibe comes across. Let me check that link real quick, Father Axe Keeper. Yeah, that works. Thanks. It's kind of interesting because it's... Well, I guess not quite. I was going to say that it's kind of using the American EA box style, but not really. Like, the US EA boxes on the Genesis had, like, a universal sort of theming with the box kind of split in half, with this kind of colored frame and this black half and half thing. And it's interesting because in a lot of cases the US and PAL releases use the same artwork, but the PAL versions usually did not have that kind of the same branding, so they actually kind of used filled kind of more of the canvas with the artwork. Maybe the characters, maybe they're wearing upgrade stuff. I haven't seen the game super, like, from beginning to end. I don't know it super well. I just, like, obviously the Amazonian warrior babe is the character I know the best, and it doesn't look familiar for her to be wearing that, like, helmet and armor and stuff. She also looks overwhelmingly Caucasian in a way that she doesn't quite in the game, so in those regards it doesn't look quite accurate to me, but you're probably correct. I don't doubt that. Either way, whether or not there would be some slight embellishments, it's still perfectly like communicates the vibe of the universe and the character designs and everything. So, like, whether or not the details are fully accurate, it still is a great representation of the characters in the game. Like, and it's pretty cool too. Like, I think what you could say is that, you know, there's a bunch of these fantasy, like, warrior box arts for a lot of games on computers and consoles in the, like, 80s, early 90s. And as someone who's not particularly a fan of dungeon crawlers or RPGs or strategy games or whatever, there's a lot of instances when you look at a box and you think it looks sick, and then it turns out that it's, like, a boring kind of game. Like, even if it's a good game, like, if you're expecting an action game and it's like a menu spreadsheet game, like, there's an inherent sort of disappointment to that. And I think there's a bunch of those fantasy games that have, like, you know, the party-based dungeon crawlers and stuff, which, you know, they may be super cool games in their own right, but if you're not into that style of game, it's hard not to feel a little disappointed, because you see these, like, grand heroic warriors in the box, and then you play the game and it's like a 16 by 16 pixel portrait in the corner, and that's all you see of them. But this game is kind of like the game that delivers on that promise, because these characters are, like, they're the game, but they also kind of, the graphics in the game is actually really good. So it's not like a sort of Sodan situation either, where, yes, sort of, the characters are the same on the box in the game, but the game looks so goofy by comparison. So this actually, like, delivers, I think. And I think, you know, as far as this style of artwork goes, I wouldn't say that the art here is in the, like, the absolute tippy top god Olympus level echelon of fantasy art, but it's great. Like, there's nothing bad about it. I think for me, like, ultimately the thing that kind of holds this back, and this is if I had to guess without seeing it in front of me, I would guess it's probably worse in the US box, is the fact that we've got this like sort of needless frame instead of having like the artwork fully take over the box. Like, I think that would look so much cooler. Granted, the metallic bluish gray does make the logo pop and make that super crisp and readable. That's good for legibility. But the artwork's so great. Like, the artwork doesn't feel horribly cramped or cropped or impeded, but I feel like it would still be a more pure, visceral, just like being fully showered by the awesomeness of the visuals if it had not been cropped this way. But I still like it an awful lot. Like, it's a really good cover. I'm a little bit conflicted as far as rating goes, though. Like, I will say that I think it manages to avoid a lot of pitfalls, I think, that I've seen in similar cases where, like, the readability, the silhouettes of all three characters is nice and readable. Like, you got that really great rim lighting on the wizard. I mean, it's all on three of them, but it's from the right, so it's most clear on him. And like, the other two characters, they could very easily have sort of blended in with each other, but there's some nice framing with, like, you get that little wisp of the barbarian's dark hair next to her arm to make sure that they don't, like, his face and her arm don't blend together. There's some things like that that are, like, nicely considered, that make it really, like, there's a lot of boxes like this where it can be a little hard to read at a glance, and this doesn't have that problem at all, despite a lot of it being actually a pretty narrow like color gamut. Like, it's a very orange brownish composition, but despite that, like, it works really, really well. So I like this a lot. I don't think it really holds up as far as the poster test goes, just on some nice auto mod there. I'll allow that. I don't think this holds up to the poster test on account of the layout framing stuff makes it kind of awkward. Like, the picture itself, phenomenal. And if it had been just the artwork with the logo, I think that would make for a cool poster. But the frame, I don't know. I'm not in love with it. But that's really the only complaint. I think if it hadn't been for that, it would have been a strong 5. As it is, it's kind of wobbling in between a weak 5 and a strong 4. But I think, as cool as it is, as much as I like it, there's something about the artwork that makes it, to me, feel like it's everything it should be. It's totally, how do I put it? It sounds derogatory if I call it adequate. But I do feel like there's some kind of minor X factor quality to it that is kind of keeping it from being in that, like, fully top tier level. It's good, great even, but not like, it doesn't strike awe in me to quite the same level as the best stuff like this does. So as such, it's a strong 4. It's up there sniffing on a 5-star rating. Under slightly different circumstances, presented differently, it could have been a 5, I think. But 4 stars, nothing to sneeze at. It's a cool box. It's a cool game. I gotta play it sometime. All right.
What have you got there? A box?
All right, give me a second here, just to make sure I can get these images saved here. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, I think we're good. Let's see here. Next up, we will look at the American NES release of Bad Dudes, aka Bad Dudes versus Dragon Ninja, aka Dragon Ninja. Top arcade hit, licensed by Nintendo for play on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I guess you could call this a classic game. I think maybe more people are familiar with the NES game than the arcade one. Kind of a typical, I guess, for the time port. Not amazing, but did its job reasonably. The cover's not too bad. It's certainly conveying the setting and atmosphere and characters. It's pretty like the styling of it feels pretty appropriately sort of VHS flavored. I do think it does have, like, I'm not sure if this is offhand, if this artwork's specific to this version or to, like, I don't know super well what kind of artwork's available for this game. Data East occasionally had like really amazing artwork, so I would believe that this is an American, like that the art was made for this version. As such, I think that there's something about this. It reminds me of certain other NES covers where it's like, it's the correct kind of school of art, so to speak, right? And I guess you could say that it's, the quality of it is also appropriately kind of B tier. But I think painted at a higher quality, like that's the thing, right? Because there's so many of those like Italian schlock VHS releases or whatever that have like fucking incredible artwork, and sometimes some of that artwork's really incredible in spite of some technical shortcomings. But this isn't really that. I think this is like a little goofy. It's not quite like fucking Michael Jackson and RoboCop on the side of a like carnival stand, like weird airbrushing. You know, it's not quite that bad, but it's not like actually great either. But it does, you know, it nails what it's going for in terms of atmosphere. We've got these like I don't know, Arab terrorist ninjas. We got these sweaty hands with chains and throwing stars. Like the character designs, I guess, for the main characters at least, is, you know, accurate enough. I'm talking about Ghana movie posters. I mean, I guess those would be like a step below. You have the weird, you know, African or South Asian movie posters, and then you have like carnival stand airbrushing, and then you have like British computer game boxes, and I don't know, it's like there's a spectrum. But what I'm saying is like there is a hypothetical version of this that's very, very similar, could be using the exact same framing in composition, but just like is painted with a little more technical aptitude. There's certain things like the fingers on the hands in the foreground, the kind of doughy musculature of the characters, and like you know, certain things look very like painted by reference, very clearly, very sort of correctly. And then you have like the lining of the jeans, which is like let me draw some lines here, I guess that's how pants work. So it adds this kind of slightly goofy quality to it. So I think, like, I wouldn't say that it elevates it or works in its favor necessarily, but it certainly gets away with some of those things because of the subject matter. Like, it's okay for it to be sort of goofy, schlocky. I actually don't mind the sort of framing of the box art layout, because I don't think it really detracts too much from the art. I think the logo's pretty good. Like overall, I think this is good, but it's not excellent, like amazing. So I think it's like it's less held back by certain aspects than Blades of Vengeance, but I don't think the art itself is as good. So I'm gonna give this another 4-star rating, albeit a slightly weaker one. Let me catch up a bit with chat. Has anyone told me I have a resemblance to Orson Welles? I think that's the first one. I have been told I look like a wide variety of people, including Jeff Gerstmann, Liam and or Noel Gallagher, I'm not sure who, Hayden Christensen, Katori Shingo from SMAP, and I guess now Orson Welles. Sure, why not? I'll take it. And on that note, let's move on from bad dudes and on to the next game. And the next game is Metal Wolf Chaos. Another game I've been like, I should play this sometime in the last however many decades. Thematically appropriate for the day, of course. The From Software mech action game where you play as the United States president, doing Mike Hagar, I guess, and taking matters into his own hands. I don't know too much about it beyond that. It got a re-release a few years ago, which is like kind of wild, but that's always a cool thing. It's definitely got a very Xbox aesthetic, I think, but I actually don't mind it. Like, it's very kind of busy and noisy. I mean, it is distinctly Japanese still. It doesn't have like the typical Western American like stock clip art collage thing going on, but it's got this, I mean, of course some of it I'm sure is the quality of the scan, but this kind of busy, noisy, high contrasty CG like composition. But I think it, you know, it it certainly gets the theme across, right? You got a huge American flag, a giant robot, big explosion, big guns, a really cool logo. You got the fucking presidential seal, whatever it is in the corner. Like, it's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. I'd be curious, just offhand, like, if they put out new key art for the new release and how that would compare. But overall, this feels very much of its time, and I feel like it's very appropriate for what the game is. It doesn't really resonate with me, but I feel like this is what a cover for a game like this should look like. You know, mech games come in a lot of different flavors, right? Like, you get a lot of different types of mech games, you get a lot of different types of mech game covers, and I tend to appreciate the more like aristocratic ones that aren't just like depicting big robots punching and shooting and exploding each other, but something where it's a little more I'm thinking of, I mean, again, I don't even know mech games super well because it's not a genre I'm super into, but I'm thinking of stuff like the Japanese like PC box art for Phalanx, which shows like the ship in this like hangar, like it's all like, it doesn't show combat. And there's definitely some mech games that are a bit more like that too, where it's more like a somber kind of vibe to it. But I feel like for this game in particular, that's like the completely wrong approach, and this is like what it should be. The new version has a way weaker key art. That does not surprise me at all. But yeah, I think this is strong. I think this is cool. I think it's what it should be. I would not personally be very interested in having this as a poster. It doesn't quite get the for me, it doesn't resonate just in terms of the style and subject matter so much. But as far as like mech games go, and especially as far as ones that have these kind of you know, less. Maybe it's unfair to say less sophisticated, but more straightforward action kind of covers. There's still, you know, the flag and the seal do a lot to make this like more, to elevate what could have been a very generic robot explosion box. Yeah, Valken has like the same thing, right? With the robot kind of in its like hangar, parking spot, whatever, being serviced. Like that shit's pretty sick. So overall, I think I'm gonna go with 4 stars. Very strong, does what it's supposed to do. I like it, but it doesn't. I think it's good, but it's not a favorite on more of a personal, subjective taste level. All right, let's move on. Let's see if I find it here. Hopefully this should load. Yep, there we go. This is New Japan Pro Wrestling Hokong Ido Kado. I don't know how you read this. The Next Generation 2 by Hado-san. I'm not familiar with these games. I've played a little bit of the Tokon Retsuden series on PlayStation. But I'm assuming this is the kind of equivalent Nintendo 64 version, or like Nintendo 64 series. I don't remember actually who put out the Tokon Retsuden games. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't Hudson. But I could be wrong. Anyway, Japanese wrestling games similar to mech games come in a lot of different flavors, ranging from clip art collages to you know, dudes and explosions, to very aristocratic, like treating pro wrestling as like the ultimate, not just sport, but like the ultimate pinnacle of human culture. This is, I guess, somewhere in the middle of that soup. There's definitely some of these more like comedic, I guess. Like this is a little unusual, I think, for this kind of thing. Like there's a lot of other games that have like, I mean, I guess I don't know the game itself, but I would assume this game doesn't have like a sort of chibi cutesy aesthetic, that it's more like for the artwork. The art reminds me of Susumu Matsushita, but I'm pretty sure it's not his art. I don't know if it's some other famous artist. I mean, maybe it could be, I guess, but I would expect it to be. I would expect it to look better if it was. I don't know. But he's the guy who did like all the Adventure Island covers and like Famitsu magazine covers and Maximo and a bunch of other stuff. There's a bunch of people here I like vaguely sort of half recognize from like superficial experience with older Japanese wrestling games. But not a lot of people I could actually name beyond Inoki in the back. New Japan adopted this art style for a lot of things. Interesting, so it's kind of more of a general brand. Yeah, because like the oh, that's Liger on the top left, of course. They the PS1 games have much more of that, not aristocratic, but like the, I want to say that maybe it's the first one that it's literally just like a burning New Japan logo. And they're more like, you know, it doesn't have a bunch of dudes on them. But I suppose it's also possible that this is like several years later removed, because that first one I think was like 95 or something. It's a pretty early game. But yeah, I like it. I think it's not super generic. I think my least favorite wrestling game covers, like if we're talking strictly about Japanese, because there's like the American wrestling game boxes are usually pretty shit, and of course I'm discounting like the modern sports games, just like cover athlete photo covers, but just like the classic era of Japanese wrestling games, there's a bunch. When I think of like the early Fire Pro games and stuff that have these like painted depictions of a wrestler in the ring or whatever, like a lot of them are just kind of bland and uninteresting. And I think that's a challenge that I think many sports games in general kind of faced, because like how do you create a unique visual for a sport? So there's like hundreds of sports games that are just, you know, some variation of athlete in the act of performing sport, and a lot of that can get pretty generic and pretty uninteresting. And like some of wrestling games have like it's weird, I don't know, in my mind at least, when I think of like generic wrestling game covers, they don't even usually have wrestlers doing wrestling moves. It's just like some guy standing there, or like the atmosphere of the arena or something, which can be sick, but sometimes it's just kind of eh. So this, I think, has a lot of visual interest. If you're into New Japan, no doubt you'd recognize a bunch of these guys and go like, oh, he's in it, he's, you know, whatever. That's pretty cool. And it's, you know, I don't love the art, but it's pretty charming. It's interesting. I think it's like, I don't love it. I mean, if I had more of a personal connection to a lot of these guys, I'm sure I would feel a little more passionate about it. But I think, like, if you were to put this in a lineup with a bunch of other Japanese wrestling game covers, I don't think it would stand out as like, oh, this one's really awesome. But it also would definitely not go in the pile of like boring bad ones. I think it's funny, like, I guess the art style does its thing, because you could imagine basically the same exact composition, but painted in the style of like the Blades of Vengeance cover. And it would be like incredibly fucking sick. So I think it's like held back a little bit, you could say, by the vibe of it, not being bad, but just like sort of not that exciting. And I think as such, it's entirely reasonable to give it a middling 3 stars. Perfectly fine, perfectly serviceable, no real complaints, but not that exciting. Yeah, that's Inoki with the towel, of course, and the chin, obviously. Got a corner of a tiger mask there on the left. I guess that this like wraps around to the spines of the box, because obviously there's a bunch of people whose like faces are just barely cut off, which looks a little goofy. But yeah, that's New Japan 2, I guess, on the N64. We do have one more here, which is J.R.R. Tolkien's Riders of Rohan for the IBM PC. Pretty good. I think it's cool. It's obviously got plenty of artistic merit to it. I think for once I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe it's not fair to say for once, but in this instance, I think given the composition and nature in general, like the color scheme and everything of the artwork, I don't mind the framing of the box. It actually, like, to me, it lends a certain highbrow kind of quality to it, because it I guess in my mind somehow this makes it look like a novel. A Mr. Rating happening here. Welcome. Happy 4th of July, Mr. Radon, Mr. Raiders. Welcome. We're just reviewing some cover art before advancing to some highly American arcade gaming. I think it's helped a lot by the background, like the I don't know what you'd call it, the letterboxing has this like marble texture, and you got this little pattern trim at the top and bottom of the artwork. Like, it makes it feel deliberate. I think the typeface, like the typographical design of the logo, also has a very like stylistic quality to it that fits very well with the artwork, and that has this, I don't know, there's just something about it that has this kind of literary feel to it. I can't really explain it. I don't know too much about Tolkien lore. I don't know if that's Gandalf in the front or whatever, but his sword being raised like out of the artwork, that looks pretty cool. Blends in a little bit with the white background, but that's not too bad. But yeah, I think again, like the fact that the color contrast of the sort of marble background meshes very nicely with the sky in the backdrop of the artwork, but still like the contrast of the central figure like popping really well from the background. I think it's really cool. Like, again, there's, if you look at very specific microscopic detail, there's like elements of artistic technical execution that could be higher, but it's not like bad, obviously. I think it's very cool. Subject matter wise, it's not the absolute like peak of stuff I like necessarily, but it's certainly well painted, and I think it's cool. I think it's evocative, and I think it does a good job of incorporating the artwork with the layout design. Like, it feels like that's, I really like that with PC games when they feel like sort of premium, when it's not, there's like more consideration to the design of the box beyond just the artwork. Even the PC sticker there doesn't, doesn't horribly massacre the entire like impression of the box. That's kind of a rare treat. So I think this is strong. Even if I'm not the biggest fan of like the big like war, I don't know, it's hard to put, because that kind of thing can be super sick. I don't know, there's just something about it that like it's cool and good. Maybe it's like the character design, maybe it's because it's got like that might be more it actually, like it's got just a slight tinge of the like medieval blandness quality to it, like this the kind of medieval fantasy stuff that is more that's less fantastical. I mean, obviously, Tolkien's work has fantastical elements, certainly, but in terms of an aesthetic quality, and in terms of like where the emphasis is, like there's still a pretty grounded approach to
what have you got there?
Like the design of clothing and armor and that kind of thing, which is fine, but it doesn't tickle my fancy quite like stuff that's a bit more out there. So for me, I'm gonna say again, we're gonna follow a pattern here. This is a very strong 4. It's good, but it's missing something to really, really resonate with my sensibilities. But it's an extremely well executed version of what this is. Mr. Radon raiding in with a Macaw 45 style buzzer beater. Give me a moment here. And we will look at this highly thematically appropriate box. For Liberty or Death. Historic simulation game from Lord Koei. This certainly looks to be one of many god arts by Noriyoshi Orai. And I think a perfect encapsulation of why, for as good as some of these other games we've looked at, like for as good as some of those covers are, and for how like cool and well painted they are, there's always room above. unless you are Katsuya Terada or Noriyoshi Orai, then you are at the pinnacle, because this is like so unbelievably good. Like the use of color, the way these like figures pop from the background, the kind of graphical element with the like the state emblems or whatever they are in the back, the flag, the gradient of the sky, like all the portraits looking so good. And then we have like the actual war battle action and the whole like sea warfare, and the fucking serif font of the logo. Speaking of being tricked by cool titles or covers, I have a very distinct memory of this game back in the 90s when I was kind of first getting into emulation and finding all these like NES and Super Nintendo and Mega Drive games on the internet and downloading and playing. A lot of the time, you know, back then, even though this was like, I don't know, Windows 98 XP days maybe, there were still lingering a lot of like dumps of games that had like 8-letter file names and stuff like that, because that, I'm feeling old now, but that used to be a limitation in DOS and Windows, that file names could only be 8 characters. So a lot of the time you would find games that had like very truncated, mysterious file names, so you had to kind of guess or infer what the games were. So a lot of times you would find games with a little unclear file name, and especially if it's like a Japanese game, you boot it up, there's a Japanese title screen, you go, like, I don't know what this is, but it looks cool. And on a similar token, like I remember grabbing a bunch of Super Nintendo games or whatever, and I found this game that sounded so fucking sick, because it sounded like it was some fucking cyberpunk dark adventure or something, called Liberty of Death. I was like, holy shit, that's a sick title. And I booted it up, and it obviously turns out I fucking misread the title, because it's called Liberty or Death, and it's like a historical spreadsheet simulation. And I don't think I've ever been as disappointed in my life as when I realized that the game that I had made up in my mind called Liberty of Death actually does not exist. I feel like 30 years later, I can still think about how cool that game might be if it existed. I don't know that I would find this game more exciting today than I did then. I would be a little more receptive to it, I think. But even then, I think this is maybe not the Koei game I would gravitate to. In any case, the artwork is just like, you know, not to get too topical, but dare I say unimpeachable. It's just phenomenal. There's no discussion. It's an ultimate god box. Like, what else is there to say? It's just so fucking good. Like, this is why other games struggle to get over 3 or 4 stars, because you gotta have room in the scale for this. I mean, this goes beyond the scale. This is outside of the 5-star scale, and but it's just so good. Doesn't get much better than shit like this. Fucking Koei, dude. Like, the discrepancy of like visual impact coolness between like the spreadsheet gameplay and god box art is pretty funny. I mean, not to say that the games themselves are like low quality or low production value, but I can't be the only person to have seen a Koei box art and go, holy shit, and then like try the game and like, oh, I see. But luckily, we're not here to review the games. We're here to review the boxes, and this is an ultimate god box, no doubt about that. So there you go. Those are today's box art reviews. Hope you guys enjoyed that. And with that, I think we are ready to advance to some highly American gaming. Also, what's up, Oji-san? I don't think I said hello. Greetings. Fishy Ash, howdy. Welcome. Well, I'm probably missed saying hello to a lot of people because we got rated about like 200 people. What's up, Bangle? Flygon. Godi. Bitoichi, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna crack open my highly American Brazilian Samba Babe energy drink here. Make sure I'm adequately powered up for some powerful gaming to come. Hot dogs, no hot dogs, but I do have some red, white, and blue peanuts, which I will not try to eat while attempting to speak. Well, let's hop on over here. We're not going to play Rushing Beat X, thank God. But we're going to play some other games. I have a little list of arcade games here. And I don't know how many of these we will manage to squeeze in. I don't have like a set schedule, but at some point or another, I'm going to have to wrap things up to grab something to eat or go to sleep or something. And a lot of these games, pretty much all of them, to be honest, I'm not that familiar with. So who knows how things will go. In any case, when it comes to America and America gaming, I feel like there's like a couple of different themes that are kind of prevalent or kind of associated with America and American gaming. And we'll kind of go through sort of three major themes. So I think the first one that we're going to start with, just because this is where my mind started, and the stuff I was like the most excited to look at. And in particular, there was a game that came up in conversation recently that I was like, man, I know this game, but I haven't played it in like 30 years. I'm curious to check it out again. And it shall be revealed in mere moments once I get everything ready here. Let's boot it up and then I'll fix the stream layout stuff here. Do I have where's the capture? There we go. What the? Hang on. Why is this? What? Oh. All right. I had multiple windows open and was capturing the wrong one. Let's see if we that was weird. There we go. We're gonna play Superman by Taito. What better way to set the tone but with fighting for truth, justice, and the American way, or better tomorrow, or something else like that. I am the best artist. Fair enough. Because of course, what greater contribution to world culture has America made, with the exception of Frank Frazetta and Robert E. Howard and etc., than superheroes. So let's enjoy some extremely American superheroics. Let me just configure my controls. Fine. We'll do that. Like I said, I have played this game, but not in a very long time, so I don't really remember or know much about it. But this is like sort of like a shoot 'em up, but not quite. It's got like shoot 'em up levels like this, and then it's got like kind of Spartan X like levels where you mostly punch, and it's like side-scrolling. Oh boy, we fight helicopters and shit. But anyway, let's push one player button and get to work. So his pants just disappearing. Pick up boxes, throw them, punch these dudes. You know, highly threatening shin kick to send them flying. Oh shit, I blew up the trash can. Fighting fucking Neo Genius, whatever his name is, from World Heroes. I have no idea what any of these guys are supposed to be, but they look like bad news, so let's punch them. Like the trash cans literally like explode. Oh shit. Ouch. Good like laser noises from punching. So you can charge your punch up, shoot a projectile, I guess. You can crouch but not punch or kick while crouching. Okay, let's take to the skies. Ready. It's so sick that they got the fucking movie theme in here. I have to assume it's interesting because, like, on the one hand, I was like, surely no way that's actually licensed. This is 88, I guess, so like maybe they were like normally by the 90s or so, like obviously you still got plenty of unauthorized use of character designs or visuals or what have you, but it wasn't it was like usually things would be a little more legit. Ouch. Ah, I wireframed. Okay, I'm back. Whoa. Okay, he flew away. Oh, right, first shoot him up. Okay, so now our kick button is our eyeball laser beam button. I mean, I don't know Superman lore super well, but I will say that I have not recognized any character outside of Superman so far. Who is my favorite movie Superman? I haven't seen Superman Returns, so I have no opinion really on Brandon Routh. I like Henry Cavill, like, as an actor, and I think he's, like, well cast as Superman, but through no fault of his, really. I think his version of Superman in the movies was dog shit. I think David Corenswet is awesome. Like, I think his like the character of Superman in the newest film is like really good and really like relatable and charming and embodying what I want to see in Superman on the big screen. But obviously Christopher Reeve is like pretty much perfect. I still think Christopher Reeve have the best costume. So I think like they kind of mostly all have something going for them, and I don't have a super clear favorite. Jiggly Lily, greetings. What is this game? This game is Superman for the arcade. Joey Ties, Golden, Dragon. This is a brick wall in the middle of the sidewalk. All these bad guys look extremely fucking bootleg. I got kicked. I wireframed. All right, did I get an extend at some point, or did I have this many lives? I've not seen the Supergirl movie. I had intended to, but I haven't really been in a movie watching. The guard break. I still reckon I would enjoy it, but I've heard a lot of very mixed things about it. It sounds like it's okay, but it's flawed on account of making some very needless changes to the source material it's adapting. Oh my god. I'll see it eventually, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to catch it in theaters before it disappears in like 2 days. Oh, that's satisfying. Like a little walk. Blue shade, rice. I guess we're just like in the Metropolis Chinatown area. Why not? Bamboo Gardens. I like that it's like all these generic China-themed business establishments that it's incredibly unclear what business they're actually in outside of being Chinese. Oh, I got wet! Got him. I was trying to read chat. It's a struggle reading chat with arcade intensity happening. I wonder if that's like a threatening you're going too slow sort of fireball. So you can't move while charging. Ah! Wait, how am I still... How is this credit not over yet? Got these fucking Kamen Rider looking villains, which is like pretty cool, but it seems a little strange. Yeah, like the original Superman series, obviously, you know, it's kind of diminishing returns. Like 3 and 4 are pretty bad and goofy in places, but Christopher Reeve like is consistently great. I've not actually watched the Donner cut of 2. Like, even the theatrical version is enjoyable for sure. Nice foreground object. Ah. Yeah, Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, is like Canon Films completely on the ropes. I hope I manage to continue, and this is just a little side detour to enter our name. May the 5th place spot. That's a cool high score screen. Did I? Okay. I think I accidentally chose not to continue. Because I pressed the punch button instead of start. Give it one more try and see if I can manage. Actually, you know what? Before we get started, let's just double check. All right, just wanted to make sure that I didn't have some continues disabled dip switch or something. Because I didn't really read the text on screen, but it sure looked like I was being asked to continue. So it's kind of weird. Like if you crouch next to an object and stand up, you pick it up. This version of the game does not have any console ports to my knowledge, no. There were other Superman games. Yellow crystal. I believe that there were some Superman game on like the Atari VCS or something like that, probably. Oh, I stood up into the punch. Oh, I've totally missed time. I was like, so, oh shit, he can crouch! Oh my god, they've adapted. Oh, so, can you just fucking mash? I was like, oh, I figured this out at the end of the fight last time, and now it's, man, I did even worse now. And yes, there was a Superman game on the Famicom by Kemco. And there was a Mega Drive Superman game by Sunsoft that visually, like, kind of resembles this a little bit, but I guess that's mostly because it's got, like, colorful, arcadey 90s graphics. And it's not weirdly comedic like the NES one. So I'm at 0 lives now. I like game over. Oh, it kicked me. And dude, my first credit went so much. Oh yeah, it even says there, to cancel, push attack button. Okay. Dude, how did I fuck this credit up so bad? Score carries over. Arcade cabinet had a unique joystick where you pull on it to kick. That must have been fucking awful for this stage. Because the kick button is also the laser beam button. I think with the original Superman moves, like it's just kind of a like it's very cool that the Donner cut exists. But that's still not like that's just like the best they were able to salvage. Like it's actually, ironically, it's kind of a similar story to the Zack Snyder Justice League, where the studio kind of got cold feet and like, because it's kind of crazy. Like Superman 1 and 2 were filmed like simultaneously. And I believe that they were supposed to be just the one movie, but it like at some point like the scope just ballooned, so it was like, hey, let's make 2 movies. And at some point I don't know how or why. I mean, I'm sure there's like a million documentaries on this that you could look up, but for whatever reason they weren't happy with Donner, maybe budget reasons. So they got forget who it is. My mind wants to say that it was Guy Hamilton. I don't think it was. Maybe it was, I don't know. But probably just someone with equally awkward comedic sensibilities to direct Superman 2. Well, so it's an ability. So, like, basically what happened was a lot of what was shot that ended up in Superman 2 and like the core premise of it was kind of left over from stuff that Donner had filmed for the original movie. Or like the original shoot, whether it was intended to be 1 or 2 movies, like that stuff was already shot. And then they did a bunch of reshoots. That still exploded him. So they reshot like stuff. They reused. I want to say that it's like in the final like theatrical Superman 2. It's like 20-30% of what was going to be in Donner's film. And for the Donner cut, because he didn't get to film everything he wanted to film, it's still like using stuff from the theatrical version that the other director filmed. But of course reinstated all, like as much as possible the stuff that that had been excised. That's right. I forgot that. That's correct. Like there was like, for the way sort of the Directors Guild stuff works, the amount of like footage in the film like sort of dictates whether you can get credit. So there was like more stuff reshot than was really necessary for the purpose of having like more of his footage in the final film. And I think like, so Donner didn't like really get credited for it at all because so much of his movie was like not left. I was trying to turn around. But if I'm not mistaken, I haven't seen it, but I did get an extend there at some point. I believe, like, if you watch the Donner cut of 2, like, it has, like, it's not... It doesn't necessarily follow from the actual theatrical version of 1, or, like, it has stuff from that film in it, I think, too. Like, it's more cut to be its own thing, as it was sort of intended. I guess this is a PB. I guess that guy's where we died last time. So again, like, because I guess like the big difference between the Snyder Justice League and Richard Donner's Superman 2, or the Donner cut, like, he didn't get you know, $100 million to reshoot new stuff for it, but had to work with what was there. But it's a similar sort of story in the sense that there was, like, the original director had kind of a vision and the film was kind of taken away from them, and another director came in and reshot a lot of the stuff that had been filmed already to kind of change the tone of the film. I haven't actually seen... I definitely haven't seen Snyder's Justice League, but I'm unsure if I watched the Joss Whedon one as well. It's like... all that shit is so forgettable. Who are these flying guys we're fighting? That's a good question. I'm not an expert of any kind when it comes to Superman lore, but what I said when we were on stage 2 or something is like, so far I've yet to recognize a single character outside of Superman, and that continues to be true. Like, I don't doubt that the Snyder Justice League has... Alright, we got fucking Chopper inside the cave here. I don't doubt that it's got more, like, cohesion tonally and stylistically, and and I wouldn't be surprised if I thought it was a better movie as a result. But I also know that I appreciate Snyder's ability to put visual spectacle on screen. Like, he's very good at that. But I think he is not a good storyteller. And I think he is... He gets a punch on this stage. I don't know if that's useful for anything. I think in particular, he's got a very... I tried to punch the missile, didn't work. His take on Superman and superheroes in general is like very... does not align with my sensibilities. Got a very juvenile edgelord kind of quality. Hang on, what's this? Casino gambling hall. Like, oh, that was the extend fanfare, I think. So like it just got 300k. Game is weirdly generous with extends. 439 Paradise. 4 Dinan. 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. 12 mid. Club. Man, this is so American. Pick a phone booth. We don't want anyone else turning into Superman over here. His punchable walls are so funny. Oh, the dodge. But yeah, like I said, I think there's an argument to be made for the tonal consistency, like elevating the quality of a work. Because I think, you know, the quality I would associate with Joss Whedon, yes, it's maybe not as, like, cynical and nihilistic and weird, but it's also maybe not, in its own way, what I want from these superheroes. And especially if you just kind of awkwardly blend the two. I don't know if that's gonna... Alright, let's just do some super vandalism. Oh, man, I got comboed. I mean, I think broadly, when it comes to Zack Snyder's work, like his best work comes when he is not in any way involved in like the storytelling aspect, when he's just being asked to put like visual spectacle on screen. I think those bits are probably where his DC movies are the most enjoyable, even if in a lot of ways, like I thought from a purely visual standpoint, if we completely ignore all storytelling implications, I think the visuals of the superhero action in Man of Steel like looked cool. It looked like something we hadn't ever really seen on screen, and I appreciated it for that. But from a narrative point of view, like the way the action was staged, like did not... I mean, it serviced probably what he wanted to do with the character in the story, but not what I think is appropriate for Superman. And it's like, you know, you could look at Watchmen or 300 or whatever else, and I think certainly some of his questionable sensibilities will find their way in, even when he's not, like, even when he's adapting something or someone else is responsible for the script. But I haven't seen a lot of his other, like, more recent stuff, but not much I've seen or heard about it makes me want to. I mean, there's like a morbid curiosity to watch some of his movies for kind of the visual spectacle aspect of it. But it's also vaguely challenging to just imagine actually enjoying it, knowing that, like, it's gonna be dumb as bricks. Or not even just dumb, but, like, maybe offensive isn't the right word, but just, like, I don't know. It's a different kind of stupid than just being, like, unsophisticated. I was trying to look over chat, and I didn't even manage to look at chat. I was, like, starting to look over, and then I died, and then I got distracted by that. I don't know, like... Are we fighting a bunch of different Brainiacs? Like, I guess that was Brainiac in the attract mode. pretty good alien ship here with the little teeth exposing the cockpit core or whatever. Boss fights aren't the most exciting though. This game was in all the showbiz pizzas we grew up. Pretty good. Oh, you get a lot of fucking bonus points for clearing stages. No wonder I was able to get some extends. All right. The level of America increasing. Oh, the crate didn't even kill. Fucking bootleg trap jaw flying in here. You can walk. Full Space Harrier style hybrid flying walking maneuver. Oh my god, fucking dog man over here. He just flew away. Oh, you can't. Oh, I tried to pick up the mailbox to throw it. I guess I'll just have to destroy it instead. It's so funny they have these like indestructible objects. It's like seems like such a like, yes, okay, Superman's got awesome power, he can destroy things. But all these like things just on the sidewalk seemingly just put there for Superman to destroy. I don't know if you get a score penalty or something, but it is funny. Yeah. God, his hitbox is weird. Spider guy. Well, I guess you can't punch his legs. Oh my god, the extendo grab. Shit. Fucking missiles all over the White House garden or whatever we are. Okay, we got bootleg snout spout as well. Let's just mash before he kicks our ass. Oh! Don't wireframe me, bro! Oh, he wireframed me. It's so scary, like... I'm so close to accidentally mashing the punch button and canceling the continue. Like, it doesn't tick down the timer like a lot of games. It legit just cancels the continue and game over immediately if you press the punch button. Dogman just flew off. Oh my god, so many Dogmen! Not really hurting me though. So you can turn around while charging up your attack, even if you visually don't like see him turn around instantly. If you're facing right and charging, and then you just make sure to push the stick left before you let go, you will fire the projectile to the left. So sometimes it's pretty easy to accidentally do that because you want to shoot a projectile and then move the other direction like immediately after. And he's like timing his shots right when he's on this edge of the screen. Maybe I should be kicking him too. Knocking him away. Alright, we got Mount Rushmore. Is Mount Rushmore in Washington, D.C.? I mean, it's American, so probably, right? Oh my god, these are... Okay, can I punch these things? Oh, okay, I guess. Ah! Flew into it. Graphics in general in this game, I think, they're pretty decent for 88. It's not like mind-blowingly amazing looking or anything. I mean, it's pretty far cry from the visual splendor and excellence that we would see from Taito in the 90s. But this period from like 86 through 89 was a period of astonishing growth in like the quality of artistry in Japanese arcade games. Like it was a confluence of technical advancement like institutional knowledge, hiring practices, and just like project management and staffing processes. Like up through the mid 80s, you wouldn't necessarily have, I mean, first of all, you might not even have dedicated artists to begin with. But if you did, they wouldn't necessarily be people who had like art education, much less educated for like digital art or computer art, because it was a field that like essentially didn't exist yet. But from like 86, 87, like what you had were like in the mid 80s, artists who were like professional artists who kind of invented digital art techniques and just adapted to a different medium, alongside the ability to like not just put more colors and sprites and stuff on screen, but also development tools that were like usable by humans and not just like, oh, I drew the graphics on graph paper and faxed it to a programmer to implement it in hexadecimal. Like, to spaceship. Mount Rushmore's in South Dakota. All right, pretty much makes sense then that we're in Washington, D.C., and we go around the side of a building, and there it is. Reminds me of the Xbox Bruce Lee game where you go to London and you go to Piccadilly Circus, and then like you turn a corner and you're in this like gigantic countryside mansion castle location. Pretty authentic. But yeah, I think like as far as like the advancement of video game graphics, I'm sure a lot of it also came with like the same people coming to grips with tools and techniques and just like getting practice, learning from each other, I'm sure, like within the same company, and you know, to a degree just from observing competitors in the market as well. But I think it's really interesting when you look at like Capcom, who were obviously like at the absolute forefront of video game artistry, and you look at artwork by like Akiman, like some of okay, that's an interesting enemy. Like some of Akiman's oldest work, like it's good, but it's like he's at like 10% of his powers, and then by like Street Fighter 2 he's at like 45%, and same with like Shoei and Bengus. I think Kino Nishimura kind of just started off pretty much fully formed, but even her art evolved, of course. And I mean, most artists, I think, you know, they're not born at full power levels. You evolve and advance. But it's still fascinating to see just like how much better a lot, like not even talking about in-game graphics, although that too, obviously, but just like the poster illustrations and stuff that Akiman did for Capcom. I think Sidearms was the first one he did, and like that's great. It's like good art, but you look at stuff like Magic Sword and compare it to like Street Fighter 3. and it's a pretty drastic difference. No, fucking spacemen. Oh, hey, they still died for me dropping the box. Warzard 100%. I think most of the illustrations for that I would think was Kenny Nishimura, maybe not, but I'm sure he did some pixel art on it. But I would say the key art for X-Men Children of the Atom, that is Akiman at 100% power level. Oh man, so many spacemen. Ah, webbed. Punching pretty sluggishly. Alright, get wireframed. I feel like if you know the boss strats and what have you, this is probably not a super difficult game. Okay. Oh. Can't go higher than this. Oh, the spacing. Okay, well that bunny was just hanging out. Okay, and we got dog, cat, women. The screen shake and knockback we can get hit is pretty cool. It's a pretty good sense of superhero power. Oh boy. If you guys weren't using your eyeballs, they might be in for a rough time. And it's funny, like, there's just, it feels like there's certainly some really great Japanese, like, American superhero comic book games with a lot of, like, reverence for the characters and a lot of cool, like, deep cuts and everything. But it feels, I guess, pretty typical of this era, if not, if nothing else, to just, like, we got Superman. What else we got? I don't fucking know. Make shit up, I guess. Yeah. Okay, kind of awkward trying to get close. Go flying again. Superman would typically refrain from ending life, yes. But he might make exceptions for alien space robots. So I'm not really sure, like I picked up a red gem that seemed to make me able to destroy those mines with my eye lasers. The yellow gem makes it so that the next punch shoots a fireball without charging. But I don't know if the blue gems does anything in particular. Or for that matter, if I correctly interpreted the use of the red one. These eye lasers are pretty weak. You just shoot a space rock like 40 times. Then it'll crash into it. This game does not have the greatest variety. The stage is, you know, the background wallpaper changes. That's about it. All right, okay, that went pretty well. He is the best artist. Yep, that much is true. Oh, I should just mash these guys. I guess that's it looks like fucking Galdra or some shit. But oh, the protective shield. Oh, command grab. What's his name? Brainiac. But do I have to? Oh my god. Gotta fight these guys really, like, if there's just one of them, you can kind of stun lock them with punches. But there's two of them, no way. So if I have, okay, he's punchable, but oh my god. I bait the jump. Okay, this is gonna be the. This is where they get your cash. I'll just use my iframes to land a couple of punches. Okay, maybe you need to be. Approach him at the high ground. To avoid getting kicked. Alright, I can land a few punches every life. Oh! I wireframed him. Alright, fly off. Million bonus points. Their actions saved Earth. There's no time for rest until evil ceases to exist on Earth. Earth will need them sometime in the future. By them, they mean the two Supermans, I assume. Produced and directed by Toshiyuki Nishimura.
You shall be a champion of the good, a protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Sounds like a good idea. Congrats, Noodle, on your newly bestowed status as Dragon Master. Don't do anything Red Superman wouldn't do. Special thanks to many other people. That's incredible. That's like credit to the original creator. Oh, there you go. There's an actual credit for the theme song. I guess they did, you know, they got the license, so they made sure to make good use of it. Sounds great. I mean, why not? It's probably one of the like top 3 best things about the game. This screen is another top best thing about the game, and the Superman theme. All right, there you go. That's Superman by Taito. I shall take a short break. I've been going live, I've been live for about 2 hours. We will return with more America gaming and more super heroics. But first, a short break. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. I returned. What's up, Solana? Welcome. Bear with me for a moment as I just check a thing. All right. Played Superman. It was okay. We're going to continue on the theme of super heroics. And when we're talking about super heroics, when we're talking about America and American super heroics, you know, there's one name that I think maybe comes to mind before even Superman, for obvious reasons. And this is a hero bestowed with some incredible arcade glory. I am, of course, talking about Captain America. And that's right. We're going to be playing Avengers in Galactic Storm.
Marvel Comics Avengers in Galactic Storm!
Should be pretty good.
Yeah!
Let me check my controls. I have no idea how to play this, but it should be fine. I'm gonna guess these buttons are not mapped properly. I'm gonna do my best guess as to how these should be mapped, and we'll see if there's like an input test. I'm gonna lower the volume a little bit as soon as I've done this. Like that. Is there a test mode? Story mode on, hell yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 was not super helpful, but there's versus options, okay. Story options. Leave this as it is, and we'll see if if we can get through this game or not. I'm pretty sure I have like played through this at some point in my life, but it was not recently.
Marvel Comics Avengers in Galactic Storm!
So this is, oh, I've got actual pixel art portraits here. You have a full power meter, create a double powerful tandem move by joining a partner and pressing all 4 buttons, I guess. Yeah! Freaking Thunder Strike.
64 bits of mega power!
Ian Oblivion with 64 bits of mega power! Thank you very much indeed, appreciate that. So this is kind of a weird game. Data East did make some fighting games, some pretty decent ones even. But they're not... it's not quite what they're known for. Oh man, like... the CG graphics are so unfortunate. I mean, there's some good-looking Data East games. I mean, consider that Suiko Enbu, I think, was also like 95, and this was 96. And that game looks awesome.
Galactic Storm!
But yeah, they didn't quite have the aptitude of Hold. Okay. down, down, forward, forward. Both kicks. Yeah, the artistic capabilities of quality CG characters. I don't know. I mean, consider the fact that this is like 2 years after Killer Instinct. Like the rendering, the models, the animation. It's not very impressive. Thunder Strike. When Thor wasn't cool enough for the 90s. It's kind of cool we get all these like Avengers villains who are pretty underrepresented. It is interesting that it's such a, like, for the time it feels unusual to have a Marvel themed thing that's like so specifically the Avengers, because the Avengers were not a big deal at the time. I think they're going for an action figure look. I don't really think that's the case. I mean, they're not like top of the line, cutting edge CG graphics, but they don't come, like, for their time and whatever, like, they don't come across as particularly stylized as anything other than, like, superheroes. So I doubt that's the case. But, if it... Black Knight! The announcer's pretty good. But, like, if that's how you feel about it, like, if you look at these guys and you think of action figures and that gets you, like, hype, then, hey, why not? Yeah, Knockoff has been in development for, like, 14 years, it seems like. I've played some demo versions of it, and it's got some weird things going on. I have very mixed feelings on it. Could be cool, but there's some stuff about it that I'm not a huge fan of. The character profile stuff is just like typical Marvel stuff, actually. Like, you might think that it's like a typical Japanese thing where you have like the character profiles with like the body measurements and blood type and all that. But this, like, the character profiles, this is all like official handbook of the Marvel Universe type stuff, where you always have like birthplace and like family relations and shit like that. All right, let me power up a little bit, and then we'll play.
Crystal.
Track mode's pretty cool with all these like hero close-ups. So, well, we'll see. Like, this is kind of a janky game, as you might expect, but it is still a 1996 fighting game, so it's not like you play these like weird Street Fighter 2 knockoffs on Super Nintendo and you have like 2 buttons and no moves. But it's maybe not quite full, Capcom quality. So, story mode is like the most exciting. But, okay, we do get to pick. All right, I was going to check, because obviously we got to go Captain America. Okay, so there's like 4 playable characters and then like 4 assists. So, okay, so Thor is here, but he's an assist, because Thunder Strike is the cool 90s character, so we got to have him. Because he's got a leather jacket and a beard and everything. Let's go with the Mighty Thor. What the? Gotta do a backflip. You'll pay for this insolence, Avengers. What insolence? I just walked into a cave. Mission accomplished! Alright. And to allow you to ruin my plans. For you to die! Still incredibly sick for 1996 to have this like elaborate single player mode in a fighting game. That's like incredibly unusual at this point. Even Art of Fighting 3, that has like the cool dialogue story shit, took it out in the arcade version. You can only play that in the AES version of Art of Fighting 3. Which, by the way, I'm still incredibly, like, I can't believe we're getting a new version of Art of Fighting 3. I'm so hyped for that. Juggled. I'm stunned! Yeah, I got... Oh, shit, how do I fucking assist? Okay, doesn't appear to be a button combination. Oh my god! I got fucking overheaded. Wait, I have lives? Okay. I think quarter circle forward and 2 punches called Thor. And that cost 2 meters. Okay. That's my Shoryu move. Okay, I got some health back. Did I have lives on screen somewhere? I'm not sure how this works. Just general insolence. I guess that's fair. Okay. I got arrested by the Kree Empire. Thank you, Iron Man. Wait. It's pretty shit that we don't get like character names on screen. Okay. Okay. All right, so we got like mega credit feeding powers. Oh, I do have a life counter there. Because we can just continue the fight from where we are. Okay, I just threw with a light punch. Okay, we got a stars and stripes. Did that do any chip damage? This game is so awkward. Get juggled. Everything feels unsafe. Can I kill him without dying? Fucking barely. You're like 20% health back. Rebuild the antimatter bomb. Maybe I needed to read a couple of issues of Avengers comics to know what's going on here. Okay, now we're going to prevent the assassination. We're just going around various space business. Fair enough. Little Andrew hanging out in the back. Oh my god! My normal... Her sweep has like... I can't go... Oh my god, like my push box puts me out of range. Like she extends her legs when she does her slide. That was an overhead. Captain America, let's try and Giant Man. Like when she does her slide, after I block it, I'm like out of range to punish. Oh, that's pretty sick. I could call Giant Man even when I was stunned. The space stuff is cool, but it's so weird that there's like so little context for any of it. We get like one screen of text if we're lucky. I've searched through all available data. Cannot comprehend why the Avengers have chosen to ally with the Shi'ar. Have caused us incalculable losses. Your continued existence is an unacceptable option. Free Empire. Okay. Hi. That's a good animation. Oh my god, that was a combo, by the way. Can I juggle off of that? I'm not sure. Overheaded by fucking whoever that was. Oh, there's what's his name? Ronan. Yeah, I don't know the space stuff in Marvel super well, so there's definitely characters here I don't really recognize. I mean, even Avengers isn't like... I read X-Men and Spider-Man growing up. Because the Avengers just like wasn't really relevant, I feel like, at the time. Yeah, just not showing character names on screen like instantly adds the bootleg factor by like 50-60%. Man, even the scrolling is like kind of messed up. Like the floor doesn't line up properly. Frame data, unsurprisingly, seems quite uncivilized in this game. Okay, that's a little bit of chip. Oh my god, that was punishable, of course. Like, the Iron Man assists feels like it's... Iron Man, Giant Man. Feels like it's mostly just getting a knockdown for pressure that I can't achieve much with. Fucking Sentinel? Probably not, but it's kind of what it looks like. Just like trying to see if I can punish with a super, but... Okay, so I can... Wait, is that a different move? Okay, it is, okay. I was trying to do the shield bash, which is quarter circle forward kick. But Dragon Punch with kick does the little hop kick. You got like these weird directional command normals too. That's a cool animation. This guy looks like he's a fucking Image Comics or Valiant character or something. But if there was any point in time where Marvel characters looked like that, it would have been 1995, 1996. Is this the ending? Did we win? Congratulations, now the real fight begins. Ready?
Dr. Minerva at last.
Not really? Did we go into... What? Now we don't have lives anymore. I think, yeah, now we're in fighting game mode. So if you pick... If you pick versus mode on the title screen, do you just skip the story mode part and go directly to this? Perfect. Oh, that's a pretty good animation. Minerva. She is, funnily enough, she's built like the fucking Boy Biz action figure. Oh, we have a combo counter now. Dude, now even the assists get call out. That's sick. Actually, I didn't think about it, but I wonder if it's the same. Oh, okay. I was gonna see if that would chip her out, but then it hit. I wonder if it's the same voices from the cartoons and stuff, like in the Capcom games. Is it just me, or does this just look like the Hall of Justice? Trying to chip him out. Ah, it did not work. Loser. That's pretty good. Yeah, so in the story mode, because you can play co-op, the second half of the UI is dedicated. It's like reserved for player 2. So the opponents have their own like life bar in the center of the screen. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, because that's how he killed me. He like juggled me off the down HP in the air. Yeah, that's a down heavy kick. Oh, okay. I didn't even mean to jump, but that was really lucky. I got to save the meter. Yeah, so you can cancel the... Oh, could have comboed off of that. Assists are kind of mysterious. There we go, iframes. Good to know. Iron Man just flying around. Yeah, the story mode is neat, but it's more fun when it's like a normal fighting game. Or at least the AI is less fucking obnoxious. The normals are pretty strange, and I have no idea what the rules are for like juggles and what have you. Assists appear to be fully invulnerable, and that's a little awkward to deal with. That's just... Yeah, that's a... Wait, what? I have two different stand heavy punches. Maybe the uppercut one is when you're up close, but it has like a gigantic proximity range. So the close heavy gets triggered when you're like half screen away. Got a stun, but I couldn't... Oh my god, of course my fucking... Like, his close heavy punch just launches. The overhead. Greetings, Pandolf. I don't believe this game ever had any home ports, but I'm not 100% positive. But I'm sure there's, like, as far as, like, oh, my fucking heavy punch just whips. I'm sure you get, like, massive frame data. Oh my god, I was trying to do the super, but I was like, locked down. Oh, that was... I'm pretty sure I could have supered through that. Yeah, so the roster's pretty whack, frankly. Like, it's a cool idea to have the assists for, like, the extended roster. I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom did the same thing. But for a 1996 fighting game to have, like, 4 heroes and 4 villains, it's not very impressive. He's like, oh, that's a pretty fucking buff assist. Oh, skip him out. Like, the lockdown you can get here is pretty powerful. I could maybe clash with the projectile, but that's like the best I can do. I've never used the super without killing with it, so I don't know... Oh my god, I was trying to match out the super. I don't know how much damage it does. Okay, pretty good. The Ultimus. Jesus Christ. Frame data. Are there any 2D fighting games where you can do stage transitions by throwing into background or foreground? Fatal Fury 3 has, like, special knockouts, but it's not like you continue the fight in a different location. Trying to wake up throw. That was really stupid. That was about as close as I could get. What the? A jump came out in the wrong direction. Once Ultimus came on screen, it's like I'm fucked. Nothing I can do there.
Captain America.
I think probably Iron Man has like the similar projectile shit that it, at the very least, is like force chip damage. Oh my god, my inputs are not clean. It seems like I got some kind of parry. Dude, even like leaving the screen, he... No, it doesn't work against that. Fuck! Like, it's just my instincts telling me I can cancel a close heavy punch into a super, which I can, but Cap's close heavy punch launches them into the air, so the super whiffs. You kind of like jump. Korath's fucking mega backdash pretty good. Oh, I accidentally that fucking linked. Can't believe that was actually a combo. There, just play it cool, save my meter for the next round. We'll do that for some guaranteed damage. Oh my god. There's so much space covered by his fucking assist. Oh, I kicked into his projectile from behind him. Sick. I learned that from the AI, doing the jump heavy, down heavy punch, ground bounce into stand heavy kick. I'm not sure if the stand heavy kick is special cancelable, probably. Fucking DDT, that's pretty sick. That was a low, apparently. Yep, that's cancelable. Got him. Just hold down back, hide behind the shield. Let Iron Man take care of business. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, we're looking pretty okay here on health. Okay. I'm kind of getting a feel for things. Frame data is pretty mysterious. Shatterax. Oh! I fucked up the timing. Oh, the air grab. Oh my god. Dead. Entry. The loser. All these flying characters just flying around. Oh, that doesn't work. Fair enough. Oh, the computer's assists are pretty unbelievable. Whipping that big ass normal. No! Oh my god! I mean, I probably would have died either way, but I did not mean to do that hop kick. Kind of wish the game would give me more advice. I don't know if there's specials I don't know, but who knows what advice we may learn. Alright, jumping in with that heavy is gonna... I keep expecting the shield to come back, by the way. Gotta have that move. Iron. Might as well. The super does good damage, but the fact that I can use an assist and keep building meter. Fucking close heavy punch. I hate that move. I kind of stopped using it because the standing heavy kick is cancelable anyway. I should have assisted. Oh, that was just the first round. Didn't realize I took the first one. I could have comboed more off of that, I'm pretty sure. You can do that after. A lot of super. Okay, he just decided not to block. I thought the tackle was cancelable with the anti-air kick, but I think what's happening is if you do another kick input, it just does the hop kick follow-up. I guess maybe not. I'm even more confused. Alright, Crystal. The Avengers don't seem to put up nearly as much of a fight. I got Black Knight pretty quick too. It's supposed to be an assist. Oh. Oh. Okay. I wasn't ready to win that quick. I was like waiting for a second of breathing room to call Iron Man, but then I just won instead. 20,000 special KO bonus. Those are fucking Resident Evil basement trumpets. That was a bad stand HP. But see, I didn't want to spend the super in case I died. And I still built half that bar back. The fucking grab range on that. I beg your pardon. Still awkward to have to do like quarter circle motions to call the assists. At least I think that's how I do it. I think that's the correct command. Quarter circle punch forward and 2 punches. What the fuck? There it is. Oh my god, the grab. Oh, cool. That was a 50% combo. Up on anti-air grab. That's a pretty funny animation there. Oh, I got stunned. Right. Like, he's got a command grab, or maybe it's normal grab, I don't know, that'll just stun me and set me up for a free combo, but it hits me when I'm in the air. That did pretty good damage. The damage in this game seems pretty wild. I jump over him and I get grabbed. It's so fucking absurd. You're like decent amounts of chip like that. Like, calling in your invincible assists as you're being comboed, it's pretty wild. Alright, Thunder Strike. We continue to be a pushover like the other Avengers? Probably not. I won't take it for granted, at least. Very funny. I can't seem to call the assists when I'm comboing him, but when I'm being comboed, I can do it. You're finished! I stunned him, but I fucked it up. Alright, that's pretty good. Anti-air powerbomb. Oh my god, I got fucking Urian unblockable. I was sitting in front of Thunderstrike blocking. Mighty Thor fucking drops down behind me and crosses me up, opening me up for a combo, and I take like 40% damage. Okay, that's on me. I whiffed right in front of 90s ass grab hitboxes. What the? Like, when I'm on the ropes, like, you don't build meter by having your normals whiffed. I'd have been lucky that. Yeah, Iron Man's fucking Unibeam just putting a solid hitbox on screen for a bit for your opponents to land in actually makes it a weirdly good anti-air. Thank you, Ian Oblivion, for Gigantified Hagar. I was gonna say, surely you can combo off of that. Oh, you can just do that, I guess. Well, that works out. Rip in peace, T-Strike. Okay, so let's learn who this is. Galen Core. Isn't that a Star Wars character? Yeah. Okay, you just do a quarter circle kick. Follow up. Oh, good luck surviving this. He's like fucking Mongo in survival arts. Look at his fucking half-screen normals. Yup, that's okay. Look at my life. Alright, that's pretty good though. I got the stun combo. How much damage did that do? Like 80%? Left a little gap in my offense there. Try again. I will try again. Thank you for asking. Captain Iron, set go! You can overlap. Oh my god, the juggles! I mean, the juggles are like kind of sick, but not when you get destroyed by them. At this rate, I might as well just save the meter. Have something of an offense starting there. Yeah, of course, I go both punches. I was just like vaguely curious if there was some other method that I just didn't know of. That up. Alright, good. Almost full meter for final round. Oh my god, what a waste. This is really bad. Ah! Once they start calling the assist, it's just like, what do you do, man? At least it doesn't appear. I guess maybe I wouldn't know, but it doesn't. My computer doesn't either. I don't think there's like a push block or something like that. There's the trade. Oh, I got fucking overheaded. I guess I'm unsure. I tried to call assist when I was getting comboed and it didn't come out. I don't know if I fucked it up because I'm pretty sure I could do it before. Oh, Sentry's a fucking overhead. Dead. Oh my god, this is so fucked. Yeah, the super and the assist is like those are like the two things the game actually tells you about. I saw there's something with all four buttons, but I'm not sure if that's only in like co-op mode or something. Let's see if we can try that. Fucking close HP so shit normal, just like knocks them away. I crossed up my... I landed a jump kick and I just landed behind him off screen. Okay, does pressing all four do anything? Nope. Fucking overhead. Yeah, I noticed he stood up to block the beam, but my sweep didn't hit. Oh, there's like no... It's weird. Like, there is startup to the assist in that, like, you can get hit. You're not invincible. But once you call the assist, it will come out. Yeah, I figured it was some special thing that wasn't applicable here, at least. I wonder if there's some better shit. The fact that he's, like, so safe there. Oh, my God. Fucked. He seems like a pretty good character. I mean, not that I'm going to be anywhere close to maximizing Cap's potential. I don't know how to play the game, but of course. Just the shit he can put on screen. At least I can super through that bullshit. Like my Hail Mary to stay alive. Oh my god, of course, fucking overhead every goddamn time. It's like so unintuitive. Like, it's so unbelievably cheap that something like that would be an overhead. My brain just cannot process it. That was a combo, okay. Like, the lights have, like, mega frame advantage on hit. That was meant to be a super, but I wouldn't have won anyway. Like, so many times I've hit a crouching light kick and I follow it up with a second one like a second and a half later and it combos and I'm like, whoa, I was not expecting that to combo. Alright, that was a bit of a waste, obviously. God, he's fucking perfect air to air. Punished. At least we've beaten most opponents, so we should be pretty close to the end.
Captain America, Iron Man.
Yeah, I just realized he's not even on screen here, right? So I guess he's a boss? This game's like character roster situation is kind of hard to understand. Although I mean, I've taken rounds here and there, right? So it's like when I can land a hit, I can do damage, but landing that hit, fucking stand HP, shit normal. I made him jump there. Yeah, I think I have the specials. Look there, that's his kick uppercut, which is like kind of useless. That's his punch uppercut, where he does the shield follow up, whether you want to or not. Of course, I fucking with the. I feel like I should fucking unbind my heavy punch. Like it's such a like. The jump heavy punch is pretty good. The jump down heavy punch gets a floor bounce and big damage if I land it. The stand heavy punch is such a liability. No, it's okay, Bituichi. I'm just like, I'm trying to acknowledge that I'm not ignoring you. Yeah, I can throw at least. Oh, fuck, I actually got the opening there. Dead. See, like, he's... My close heavy punch is punishable on block. Like, that's not normal. But I also don't know if this game has, like, block stun. It might not. Block high. Whoa, what's that? I did some weird... like dashing punch or something. My close heavy punch just whiffs. Sure, why not? Dude, now we got short hops. I guess that's a mechanic. Could maybe comboed something up there. I don't know if I have like iframes on any of my specials. Kind of looked like I dashed through there, but then I got hit in the recovery or the uppercut. I wouldn't expect a game like this to have like a generous input buffer on wake up or anything, so reversals are probably difficult. Shield attack! Funny call out when he's using his fist. It seemed like I was in block stun there. Okay, yeah, that's... Everything is, like, punishable. Like, I don't know if it's a game system thing or it's a character thing. Like, whether Cap is just minus 800 on everything. Or if he just gets to ignore... Wait, I just did an air chain. I did a jump light kick to a jump light punch. Maybe I should do more random projectiles just to build meter. Did land a hit there, but... He's just putting hitboxes all around him. Man, this feels bad, but I don't want to give up at this point. I'm in too deep. Sunk cost is too high. Oh, not cancel. Oh, fucking overhead. Oh my god, cancel to something, anything. I just need to chip him out. What's up, Marty? This game has a charm to it, but even if the art wouldn't be up to Capcom standard, just actual pixel art of some kind would just have looked so much nicer. What high? Oh my god, we finally got him. I somehow crossed him up. I made sure to back off to throw some shields and build meter. I guess that was the final boss. Alright, America. Such a weird boss. I mean, as far as his abilities, yeah, sure, it felt like fighting a boss. But with the character design and everything, like, I wouldn't have... I mean, not to mention, that was like the first character you fought in story mode. Highly confusing game. But we did it. It's a peculiar sort of character roster, but I mean, it is Avengers game. And I guess mid-90s was kind of a weird time for Avengers. Suiko staff, yeah, that would be the Suiko Embu staff. Oh, hello. Most important part. I mean, not really, but... make sure I get to input my name. Game over! So I'm pretty sure you... the score reset on continue. So I wonder if I probably would have gotten more score winning like a couple of fights in a row early on. But because I continued, I didn't get to put my name in, I guess? Who knows? Mystery gaming. But yeah, that was pretty fun. That wasn't too bad. I mean, it was really just the... well, yeah, I guess Supremer... wait, he was selected? I don't know. His fucking full-screen command grab felt like a boss move.
Captain America!
Steven Rogers. Fucking Vision with the square-looking cape covering his... like, why would they pose him so that the cape covers up the entire character? That's so weird. It is very funny that Giant Man is just a hairy arm, though. I do like that. Anyway, justice prevailed. So we are done with this game.
Avengers in Galactic Storm!
I've been hydrating very liberally here, so I will take the opportunity for another short break before we move into the next game. Who knows if that is as stressful as this? I feel like it might be. But we're gonna shift slightly in terms of our American gaming themes as we return from the break. But more on that in a few minutes. See you guys very shortly. All right. I've returned. And we will continue with, as I mentioned, a slight shift from the super heroics into a slightly different form of heroics, which still has a foot in the kind of comic book world, but is gonna segue us towards a different theme. Which is also highly, I think, appropriate for a day like today. Let's see. There we go. Where's the capture source? We're playing G.I. Joe, a real American hero. Terrorism. Invasion. Kind of weird. A lot of the art in this game is like kind of weirdly scuffed salt. It's not a bad looking game per se, but a lot of the pixel art just has a kind of strangely rugged, grimy look to it. It's not like super clean. Like compare this to X-Men. Devastation. Like I believe this and X-Men are both 92. Like some of these images are a little cleaner. Righteousness. But compared to X-Men, like it's very, I don't know, it's not nearly as like polished. Dude, look at fucking Quick Kick's glorious mullet. Let me check the controls. Sure if this button, we'll see. My arm might get killed from this game. But we'll make it work. Let me just double check if there's... Okay, so there is 3 buttons. Let's do 1 loop. Sound in a track mode all the time. My audio levels seem fine to me. I have played this, but not in a very long time. It's so funny, by the way the logo comes together. It's like G-I-J on one side and then O on the other side instead of like the 2 words, because it's like more in the center of the logo. Kind of funny how that works out. Given that all of these characters are equally real American, we're not beholden to a particular character choice. We've got to go Snake Eyes. we're probably gonna swap around, but we're probably not gonna clear this game with less than 3 continues, so... At last, we completely rule the world. In order to advance and stop his sinister plan of already ruling the entire world. Chemical plant? We're invading the chemical plant. So there's like no auto fire, I guess. It's my 3rd? Okay. Okay, no, I can't. I think it's probably... Oh, maybe not. I guess I can't. I don't know. I'm confused. I was trying it out before, and it seemed like I could not... There's no auto fire, but there is. I'm not sure if it's slower. It's gonna keep my arms from dying, so that's good. I don't know about the controls in the whole 3-button situation, because I'm pretty sure it's just like the shot button and the bomb button. Button 3 didn't appear to do anything else. Ah, shit. Still a little backward. Wait, did I pick up something to enable me to... Because now I can't auto-fire. Yeah, okay, maybe it's the pickup. But yeah, like... The game is, to me, like, visually quite messy. And it gets a little tiresome. So even though it's, like, kind of cool... And I mean, if I'd seen this... in 92, I would have for sure thought it was pretty sick. Yeah, the Amiga chemicals. R. Okay, R is maybe for real American rapid fire. Because now I can just hold the button. Like, you do get these big explosions and stuff, and that's cool, but, like, sort of stuff lingers on screen. Readability is kind of awkward. Like, frame rate is low. It's just... a bit too messy of an experience. It kind of reminds me of the Batman games on Mega CD, where they're like cool, but they're putting like a bit too much shit on screen. All right, just showed up a backflip and peace out. I see. Okay, that's pretty good. Satisfying. Bong. I like these big metallic barrier. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not dead. But I might as well do... Okay, well... Getting hit loses me more rapid fire, though. But pretty much... good as dead. Alright, these things are... rapid. Okay, that's such a blessing.
Joe!
I guess they were inside those vehicles. Alright, I thought they left. That was confusing. Anyway, airbase. 6 sprites. I don't know, that's the thing. Like, I think the visual presentation of the game is so messy, and with the scaling and everything, it's really hard to appreciate the art, honestly. I think conceptually, as like what kind of game this is and how it's set up and everything, it's not a bad idea. You know, for a G.I. Joe game, I think this kind of perspective affords them the ability to do more with the vehicles than maybe you could in like a Contra clone, or like, you know, it would be kind of more difficult to incorporate big vehicles in a side-scrolling, or even like a Commando-like top-down sort of game, because you get the distance and the sense of scale of the stuff coming closer and everything. I ran into a fucking purple ninja and died. Maybe these guys are the Arab terrorist ninjas from the Bad Dudes box art. Purple. I think maybe what could have been... looking bats, that's pretty cool. Like, obviously, you know, if you're a fan of G.I. Joe, which I am kind of superficially at best, you know, unlike the Superman game, every single thing here is, like, recognizable, more or less. Now, you've got all these great enemy characters, villains, and troopers. Like, I've had this conversation many times with different people, but like, it's shocking. It's like embarrassing, frankly, that G.I. Joe is so underrepresented in the world of video games, considering it's like the most video gamey entertainment property you could probably think of. It's like engineered to be adapted into video games. And there's like, there are other G.I. Joe video games. There's like more than a handful. But if there's like 8,000 TMNT games and like 500 Transformers games, there's like 10 G.I. Joe games. I got lasered. Well, at least I got the rapid fire after taking damage. That's probably a good thing. But I think, you know, the scaling in 3D perspective always... By the way, I should mention, in case it's not obvious, I pretty much can't read chat while playing this, because it's pretty non-stop running to avoid guys. It's pretty funny that you just, like, have to run away from the guys if they get too close.
Don't get me mad!
Like, the way they had the proper, like, sort of roll call introduction of the bosses, they have little voice clips. Like, presentationally, like, there's so many things about this game that, like, it just really nails. Like, the kind of Midway style things flying out, like all the pickups and everything. Like, the very theatrical death animations on the guys, like, super awesome. Like, there's so many great things about it. But I think this style of game, especially with the kind of low frame rate and stuff, like, it becomes a little hard to read and parse. Like, the depth perception of understanding where bullets and enemies are is also, you know, always a little tricky. I wouldn't say that it's, like, bothersomely confusing as a whole, but those elements add a degree of kind of imprecision and sort of slipperiness to the proceedings that I find just make the feeling of playing the game a little unsatisfying. It's not like as crisp as you would want it to be, in my opinion, or as I would want it to be, I guess. That was pretty good credit, though. Let's try Scarlet.
Yo, Joe!
Pacing looks satisfying. That's the thing, though. Like, it moves. I got hit immediately, by the way. But it gets a little samey, I think. Compared to something like Wild Guns.
Yo, Joe!
Alright, I picked it up. Cobra's weapons play. This is a cool little transition. Or even like certain light gun games. To say nothing of like a Contra or Mai Kaimura or like some other arcade action game where you can have more level design. Like the, you know, traversal isn't an element in this game, so they don't get to use that as a way to create variety. Like visually, this is about as good as they can get. I feel like with the, you know, the verticality of the elevator sequence, which visually is awesome, and like for a game that feels like it would likely just be a bunch of military bases or whatever, you know, it's not visually super samey, but you kind of do the same thing over and over. And especially, just forgot that I had the rapid fire. Like the mashing when you don't have the rapid shot just kind of makes it physically kind of a chore as well. I think this is a cool game that, despite not being overly you know, slow or sloggy in its pacing, still kind of outstays its welcome because it's just like a game that's easy to get tired of very quickly, I feel like. I don't think it's bad, but it's just kind of annoying. And that's difficult to avoid. At least I got an instant wrap in. But yeah, there's quite a few G.I. Joe games. There's not like a ton. But there's like the 2 NES games. A very strange looking Baroness.
I can't wait to see you. It's
Like the
showtime.
poses on the characters are so good. It's just a shame that like the way the character sprites are drawn is like a little bit grungy to begin with, and then you add like the scaling on top of that. Like not nearly as like super crisp and clean as like X-Men or TMNT or something. There's like a Commodore 64 G.I. Joe game that's like a strategy kind of thing. But there's a bunch more like modern games. Roadblock. I like that each character has their own like reticle. That's a nice touch. There's a game released for like PS3 and 360 for one of the movies. I don't remember if it was the first or second. But I remember it being like noteworthy because it was one of those cases where like the game itself, like it became a little more common later on. Where like you get these game mill licensed games and stuff, but it's a game that just at face value definitely looks and feels like it would be like a downloadable Xbox Live Arcade release, but it had a retail release. Like it was at a time where that was still a distinction that you would make between like retail releases and download games. It might not have been full price, but it was a retail release. Because it was like this top-down, I think, like sort of Commando, Ikari Warriors type of thing. I don't think it's particularly great necessarily. I mean, I haven't played it, but I wouldn't expect it to be. But I would like to play it. I would expect there to be some like mobile and PC games and stuff. Maybe some with a vaguely edutainment twist. But there is one game that you can buy currently, unless it's been delisted. That's a kind of... It launched around the same time as the Classified series action figures, I remember, because it had the same character designs. Well, Classified nowadays is mostly just like classic designs, but when the series first... I mean, I say nowadays, but very quickly it turned into that. But when the line first launched, Jungle, they like redesigned all the characters, and they had like little gold trims and details and stuff in a way that was like sort of embellishment for the sake of it, to sort of refresh the character designs and whatever, and some were more objectionable than others. But like if you look at the key art for that, like I forget the name of the game, but it's like on Steam. It has those same character designs, and it's some kind of MOBA hero shooter online multiplayer thing that's apparently not good at all. But because of, like, I like the concept of G.I. Joe so much, and I like the way it overlaps with like video game aesthetics. It's kind of like as a kid, I love the idea of wrestling games. Most of them weren't actually that good or fun, but I was so invested in the idea of wanting it to be good and fun that I would play a lot of wrestling games, and I would sort of convince myself that they were fun. And I sort of feel like G.I. Joe is in a similar spot where I have many times contemplated buying that game with little to no expectation that I would actually enjoy it, but just because I want to enjoy it. very useless. I just lost that thing. There was also that game, I cannot remember what it was called, but it was a very weird licensing situation where I love the towers when they explode like that. It's very good. Oh, shit. There was a game about, like, I was defeated by a tree. It was like an army strategy tactics game of some kind.
Your days are numbered.
Bright magenta made your blood. Kind of weird. Dude, I guess I get to keep my... This is a weird Duke design, but I guess it was the 90s. Losing the Rapid on a boss fight is pretty rough. The building flashes when I shoot it, so I'm not sure. But so does he. Oh, whatever. Okay, well, Rip Major Blood. This game was released in 1992. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah, so I forget the name of the game again, but it was like about like the concept of it was something like toy armies like battling each other, and they announced the game. And I think they announced that there's like, oh, there's going to be 4 sort of armies, 4 factions in the game. And I think the first one they announced was Masters of the Universe, which gave the impression that it's going to be like 4 toy lines that will like battle with each other, which is, you know, a pretty cool concept. But if I remember correctly, the other 3 were G.I. Joe and Cobra as like a separate thing. So those were 2 different... I mean, it makes sense that they're 2 different factions, but like they're the same property, so it's a little bit weird. And then I think the 4th was like Assassin's Creed or something. It was really whack. And that was like on... I don't know, like PS4 maybe, 360, somewhere around that time frame. I want to say that there has been some other like G.I. Joe license in some similar kind of thing. And I'm sure there's like 1 or 2 games that I don't know about or forget. It wouldn't surprise me if there's like some Game Boy Color game or something that I'm not really aware of. But yeah, G.I. Joe is like mysterious because there's been comics, of course. There was a cartoon. G.I. Joe Classified seems to be like doing well, like the toy line. And Hasbro is licensing G.I. Joe to a bunch of other companies to do their own. I'm like kind of surprised that there haven't been, unless I'm just having a brain fart, but I don't think there have been like Mondo 12-inch Joes. But like Kia Toys are making them, Super 7 are making them. There's like model kits, like Blocky style stuff. And I don't know, there's like a bit of everything. Playmates did the TMNT Joe crossover figures. But like the attempts of making movies out of it haven't really worked out super well. There was that Sigma 6 or whatever it was called in like the 2000s reboot with the weird blocky 8-inch figures that seemed to mostly go nowhere. Like it's just G.I. Joe has just struggled to like take off really outside of the niche of G.I. Joe fans and collectors, I guess. And it's a shame because, again, like it's just so you'd be really hard pressed to come up with something that lends itself better. I mean, like, completely even setting aside, you know, the built-in audience for people who are already into it, just like, and I mean, obviously that's not really something you can set aside, but what I mean is, like, it's not just, oh, hey, this is a popular thing, it would make sense to make games out of it. Like, it's just, it's got a game, it's got a theme, it's got great designs, it's got, like, everything you would need, like, tons of great characters, it's got tons of, like, especially on the villain side, but a bunch of these different kinds of, you know, generic bad guy troops and everything. Oh, and how could I forget, of course, as far as G.I. Joe games, there's Wrath of Cobra, the beat-em-up game from the other year, that's, like, absolutely terrible. And I mean, that's the other thing, like, obviously budget and resource, you know, that's always going to be a factor. But it's still just kind of weird. Not just that there are fewer Geo games than you would think. Yeah, the graphics I don't think are quite correct here. Mega buff Destro looks pretty sick. Little shoulder pads. But also the ones that did come out, a lot of them aren't as good as you would think. But I definitely want to play the NES games. Because I've never really played them. And they're, like, probably among the more decent ones, if I had to guess. Like, relative to what you would expect out of them, at least. On a kind of related note, I was not really familiar with it, but when the Marvel Maximum Collection came out, I saw bits and pieces of people playing the NES Captain America and the Avengers game. And that game actually seemed quite interesting. It was released sort of alongside the arcade game, but it's not a port, it's a totally different game. The side-scrolling platformer. Almost assuredly is like a better experience than an attempt at porting the arcade game would have been. It's just something that, like, I was kind of surprised that that it just, like, had completely escaped my attention. Oh, the dual rifles. I think this game does do a good job of at least incorporating a lot of these main villains in a way where they get to express a little personality and style. Can you just explode his face off of him? That's pretty sick. Yeah, there's issues with the graphical emulation. Fucking CG. That's pretty, like, that's a funny thing. Comparing it to Avengers, this was 92. I mean, obviously there's far less CG here. It's just like one block. Expect to come next. The game is not over yet.
The final battle.
Fully cinematic presentation is very sick. Battleship. Yeah, I think the underground swamp cave was maybe not great. But otherwise, I think the stages have been pretty cool. The Amiga refinery, or chemical plant, or whatever it was. Pretty funny. But yeah, I think, like, something like this with the characters, I think ultimately a sort of Wild Guns style game would maybe be the ideal. I mean, you could do a lot of shit with, like, some kind of hero shooter or something. I mean, that would make sense for sure, right? Where you pick characters and they all have like unique abilities, like an Overwatch or Marvel Rivals or something like that. Like very easy to picture. But as someone who doesn't really play a lot of online multiplayer and doesn't like find that super appealing, arguably this game is I say that having not played the NES games, but this is as close as anyone ever got to making a game that feels like it's delivering on what I would want from a G.I. Joe game. It's just a slight bit of a chore to play, because of its sort of repetitive nature and the repeated stress injuries from mashing. I think like there's a inherent limitation to the format of a game like this. Obviously in 3D you'd have a little more freedom, but because of the levels being literally these like hallways that we're walking down, it takes a lot of ingenuity and art and tech to make it feel more interesting than just walking down a corridor. And I don't think this game really, like, it never transcends, like, it never breaks the illusion of what it is.
Long live Cobra, the greatest!
Long live Cobra, the greatest! But fuck finishing sentences. I've got an evil laugh to get to. Okay, this is pretty mysterious. I'm gonna guess, having not really watched the cartoon, that this is not typically how Cobra Commander's abilities are depicted. Not a critique, mind you. Pretty sick. Barely got to play as Roblox, so let's keep going. And that's why I think, like, I think Wild Guns is like the perfect kind of not compromise, but like middle ground, because you have these like isolated locations that don't have to extend infinitely like into the screen, and you can have like an encounter in one scene and then like move on to a different location without having to, like, that's the thing, like the geography of the locations in this game, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense, because by design everything has to adhere to this like corridor format, so it sort of strains the suspension of disbelief. Here's a Doombot. Pretty good. Oh, now this is a Konami Final Boss music theme. But by still having this sort of element of moving a character and firing into the background, you still get the kind of depth that lends itself so well to presenting scale, like I was talking about before, like with the, like, obviously you can have vehicles in like a side scroller. It's very tricky to dodge. But not really like in this game, where there's like full armadas of tanks and helicopters and hovercraft and shit. Like, that's really cool. So, and also by having like more shorter stages, it's easier to fit in like more boss fights and stuff. So that's something I would really like to see. Like, it would be cool to if I were to like fantasy book a G.I. Joe game, it would be kind of like Wild Guns, with a lot of shorter levels, with like a boss fight with a named character on each. So sick. And you would have like a roster of characters that were a bit more distinctive from one another mechanically. And you would have 60 FPS and not such an over-reliance on scaling stuff that's inevitably going to make the pixel art look like sort of messier. Yeah, the sound design is pretty great. G.I. Joe. Alright, there we go. We did it. Oh, yeah, it's an exhausting game. But I'm sure if you have a much stronger personal connection to G.I. Joe, you will you'll have stronger feelings for this game too. That, you know, that much only makes sense. So normally the default setting is 2 loops, I guess. But you can also set it to endless looping. Oh yeah, and the weird Konami scoring of like 1 point per enemy. It's such a strange way of doing scoring. I mean, I think scaling can be awesome. I think it can be used to great effect to create something that looks phenomenal. But I think it's... I mean, even here, right? Like, there's something about the way these artworks are drawn. Like, the graphics in this are just, like, kind of messy. And it's not to say that it looks ugly, but it doesn't look as, like, super clean and crisp. Like, it's just, I don't know, it just feels a little all over the place. And the scaling, like, sort of exacerbates that issue, because the scaling, of course, will make it so that a lot of the art looks... like, it only looks correct when it's at, like, 100% scale, right? At this resolution, like, inevitably, if something is scaled, it will look a little messier. But if everything is moving at a fast pace, if things are scaling smoothly, it's like kind of a non-issue. Or at the very, I mean, it also comes down to how the art is designed in the first place. Like, certain kinds of detail will translate better or worse, or like will suffer more or less from scaling. It's kind of crazy that Storm Shadow isn't in this. It's funny though that we have like him and Quick Kick on there, and they're not. Like, that's, you know, of course there's a limit to how many player characters they can put in the game, but it'd be nice if, like, in some of the X-Men games and stuff like that, where they try to, I mean, even the Avengers game we just played, right? Like, there's a bunch of these assist characters and maybe some that show up in story cutscenes. But we never really get to see. I mean, I guess they put him on the title screen. That's more than nothing. Yeah, Snake Eyes doesn't speak. And I think it's some, like, deep lore ninja oath thing. I don't think he's actually mute, but I forget. It might have been different in different incarnations, for that matter. But yeah, I think in this game it's a combination of factors. I mean, I don't think the scaling is like... I don't hate it or think it looks terrible, but I think overall, I can look at games like the TMNT. I mean, even the first TMNT game was 89, and it's got, like, really nice animation in places and like nice clean art, and Turtles in Time especially is, like, really beautiful. Whereas there's some stuff here that just, I don't know, there's like the rock texture, and even some of the characters have this, like, rotoscope quality that's kind of fascinating, like, it creates this, by the standards established by Konami and their competitors, like, there is kind of a, I don't want to call it lackluster, but a failure to properly reach, like, the top, like, top tier artistic quality in this game, I think. I mean, scaling aims come in all forms. But by 92, I don't know that I would say that this is, like, exceptionally advanced, because stuff like this, I mean, again, the emulation is, I guess, not correct, so we shouldn't judge it too specifically. It might look different on real hardware. But like Space Harrier was 85, Outrun was 86. I forget what game am I even thinking of? Thunderblade must have been like 87, 88. And that had more of this like 3D stuff. Like I think this is I would say Thunderblade is like pretty on par with this. And like Sega didn't do a lot of scaling stuff too far into the 90s because they just started doing polygonal 3D. But some of that like late, like I guess by late sprite scaling stuff, it's like anything in the 90s pretty much, or at least, you know, around 92, 93 and later. The fact that I guess like the scaling is not, like the game isn't running at 30 FPS. You can see the characters are moving smoothly, but like everything that's kind of moving, scaling or moving in the depth axis, like is not, I guess the scaling isn't like updated every frame. I'm not sure how it works, but it's clearly not like scaling fully smoothly. And for such a late game, that seems a little strange. But there's some like very late sprite scaler racing games that look really incredible. I mean, Power Drift with the like the later Sega stuff, like Power Drift, Galaxy Force 2, Jurassic Park, Rail Chase. Like those games are so insane with like the shit going on screen, and it like, I don't know. I mean, Sega were top of the class, of course, as far as like that kind of tech went. This is like a decent attempt, reasonably ambitious, and I wouldn't say it fails, but it feels to me like the people working on this game were a little more out of their element than the people responsible for the visual presentation of something like TMNT or X-Men, or I mean, like Metamorphic Force. Looks great. Anyway, I'm stalling a little bit just to kind of to rest my arms, basically. But I think we're ready to move on to the next game. Let me just find this. So G.I. Joe takes us into the next genre of American game, which is, of course, games featuring American imperial supremacy and military might. And as I was doing a little research, I came across a game I actually was not familiar with at all. But it seemed appropriate for today, so I want to give it a shot. Let's see. USAAF Mustang from UPL Company Limited. Look at that fucking epic title screen, the skull force wing emblem. We have some kind of poster for this. Yep. Music going crazy. Let me check the controls. That everything else seems. Oh, right. Oh, okay, it was not. Okay, well, never mind. The music's going pretty hard. Yeah, so I booted it up when I saw it. Like, I was just kind of going through my main library to see what would be appropriate. And yeah, I was just not familiar with this at all. but I thought, why not? Alright, let's not spoil the entire game. I think I played, like, maybe the first stage, or some of it at least. Just to make sure it ran and see what it was. But beyond that, I'm very unfamiliar. Alright, let's invade Normandy, I guess. You can actually hold the button. Pretty gentle, but if you mash, you get high rate of fire. We got horizontal shots and bombs on the same button. Aren't that guy's friendly? I didn't... Oh, that's a great start. Fucking died instantly. Well, whatever. Screw it. We're gonna credit feed our way through this anyway, so... I think I actually cleared the first stage without dying. Or at least the first, like, mini-boss or something. When I tried it, so... Ooh. So that little bomb pickup, yeah, it, like, improved our shot. Background slide. I mean, the overall, like, parallax effect is actually pretty cool, though. I gotta say. Like the tall bushes and stuff. It's a pretty cool effect. I was looking at the tall bushes and I got shot. I didn't lose my bombs, though. Or I guess you got some kind of ion cannon. Like, even the, I'm not even reading chat, but just like the thought of chat is distracting me enough to not do very well at this. But that's okay. I mean, I'm not a shoot 'em up player. I'm not expecting to do well. It doesn't look like that's doing much. Not sure if that's the bombs are hitting any more than my bullets, or it's just the bombs create an explosion sprite. Oh, I guess he's been taking damage. Ah. I couldn't hit. I couldn't go further back. Okay, at least we can credit feed and just continue from where we are. That's I'm not gonna say that it was an embarrassing performance, because I'm not embarrassed about not being good at video games. But I will say it was a pretty pathetic performance. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves. I'm not sure if that... Second. Right, so that's the bomb. It's like a big shot. Fractal Mind Mike joining us. Oh, we're in the Pacific Theater all of a sudden. Welcome, friends. We're playing extremely American games, such as this Japanese-developed shoot-'em-up. In which we are imposing American supremacy on the rest of the world. Well, we're having pretty fun doing it, so I think it's okay. The whole water splash effect when you drop off in the ocean is pretty sick. The complete lack of feedback when you're shooting stuff is really weird, though. Yeah, I think we're maxed out on bombs. I didn't maybe consider using them sometime. So just like that. An interesting kind of, like, middle ground. Like, this game feels pretty chill. It may, I guess, make sense for 1990. Like, a lot of 80s shoot-'em-ups are obviously quite simple in some ways, but they're often very ruthless. Which is true for arcade games in general. But as we got a little further into the 90s, things would get a little more, like, just advanced with more stuff on the screen and everything. But there's not a lot of, like, there's a lot of kind of empty space, right? There's not a ton of bullets, not a ton of planes. Okay, I didn't name that quite correctly. Gonna go eat some food? That sounds good. Please enjoy food and lurk. Whoa. Japanese curry sounds excellent. I'm very excited to go have some leftovers from yesterday myself once I'm done streaming. But we got plenty of game to get through before then. I guess you should get down low so you can fire bombs more rapidly. I guess hovering right above the cannon is not ideal, but luckily we can credit feed as much as we want. Stage 2 finished. Saipan. Alright, so I guess we took over the little American flag there. Yeah, as mentioned, I can't even say I got very drunk, but I drank a lot of alcohol and ate a lot of food. Having a friend over this past weekend. So, no extra mega indulgences this weekend, I think. Just regular mega weekend indulgence. See, like, I die constantly, so I never get to properly, like, momentum build and power up. And even so, like, I feel like I can cover significant... Whoa! Alright. Oh, there's another power-up. Pretty significant portions of the screen. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that maneuver, but I guess we are fighting the Japanese, so kamikaze tactics would perhaps be expected. Vertical planes is very funny. Ooh, okay, bomb. Get out of there. Oh! I was not ready for that bullet. I guess your default shot feels a little wimpy though. Even going from just one upgrade to this feels like a pretty significant downgrade. At least when there's this much stuff coming at you constantly. But even so, like, I would have to imagine if you're like an actual experienced, skilled shoot-'em-up player, this does not seem like a particularly intimidating shoot-'em-up. Alright, so my bombs does erase enemy bullets also. Oh, I'm gonna rest my fingers for a few seconds. Like, I'm gonna use my bombs because they... I mean, I might as well rather than just flying around with a full inventory. Stage 3. I don't know how many stages this game is, but... Alright, back to Europe. Well, not quite. We're going to Africa, I guess. Algeria. Oh, this looks pretty sick. The parallax on dunes looks pretty awesome. Okay. Yeah, like it's 1990, but it has the feel of like an 80s. Contrast in those background cliffs is a bit harsh. Makes the readability a little... Oh, that was just bad. Somehow didn't game over again just yet. But like, yeah, you see, like, you're getting so many bombs. You're getting like more... Okay, I saw the bullet like halfway hit me. You're getting like more bombs than you're getting power-ups. I mean, maybe that's a pity thing. Like, that's my second one-up I just picked up in this game. It seems like weirdly forgiving. And like, there's not a ton going on. Like, not to the point where it's boring or dull. A more experienced player might find it dull, I don't know. But it's... Yeah, it strikes me as with a little bit of research and practice, probably not that difficult a game. I mean, so far, things could go crazy at the end. But like, if even I feel like it comes across as manageable, like that's kind of the metric I'm using too. Like, I'm not doing well, and it's not like I'm finding it too easy, but my performance relative to what I would expect of someone who's actually experienced with this type of game gives me the impression that it wouldn't be too bad. looked over at chat. I'm definitely feeling more of the momentum issue now, where, like, on this level, I feel like the pace of dying has, like, tripled instantly. And if I... Readability is a little iffy in places, but, like, if I had more power-ups, you could probably... You know, it would affect your survivability in the sense that you would take out stuff much quicker, of course. And I still don't think I ever managed to get more than one power-up in between deaths, so... It's awkward. I'm, like, focusing on not getting shot, so I'm not doing great with, like, placing my bombs. Yeah, enemies are faster for sure. Yeah, the jump from stage 3 to stage 4 seemed very significant. Burma, okay. Like with jungle wall pit. Yeah, so I was just about to say, like, alright, things seem to have chilled out a bit, and then boom, got the wave of fast enemies. Yeah. I feel like the like black and white bullets, my eyeballs are not used to this, like I'm not sure where to look. The black and white bullets seems a bit unfamiliar, but it's an interesting way to do it. Obviously you want the enemy bullets to be extremely visible, but I guess, like, given the theme, they didn't want to go with bright colors. Which, you know, fair enough. Contrast is more important. But I feel like I wouldn't personally mind sacrificing a little bit of verisimilitude for seeing the bullets. I mean, I don't think they're terrible. Whenever I have gotten hit, I typically felt like I was able to see what hit me. But I don't think it's the... I don't know, I guess it's pretty average. It's not... I wouldn't say that it's remarkably bad. Oh, it's a little tricky in situations like that. I missed those power-ups. When, because explosions have a lot of gray in them and can be, like, flashy. But the explosions and bullets... The explosions are more of an issue than the bullets, I guess, is what I should be... using my bombs. But because the explosions kind of flash in a way that's not similar to the bullets exactly, but it kind of blends together. Yeah, like the bullets stand out fine from the backgrounds. Well, for the most part, of course, we get a gray background now, which they kind of don't stand out as well. But I'm having more of an issue with the bullets not standing out from the other sprites. Mostly like explosions, but there's like smoke trails and missiles and stuff like that too. What was his level set? I was not paying attention. Whoa. Enemies like not reacting at all when you shoot them, it feels really bad too, but like hectic enough that I'm not always like I'm mostly staring at my own sprite to make sure I dodge stuff. I'm not really looking at the enemies when I'm shooting them, but whenever I notice, it's especially noticeable on the bosses, of course, but even now, like when I notice my bullets connecting and there not being any kind of flash or anything, it's very strange. Okay, that went pretty well. So, famous last words. Yep, there we go. See, I shouldn't have said famous last words, but that was like the coup de grace. Making sure I definitely did not survive that. These parts are one of the worst. Fucking stealth bombers, manta ray, UFOs, whatever they are. Hey, high score. But I guess because I continue, I erase that high score. Oh, wow, great. You know what? We're gonna cheese it. That's just bad. Like, that's the thing, like, I'm not trying to deliberately get myself killed as quickly as possible, but it's more like, I can't really foresee when I'm getting shot. At least if I get up close, I can drop bombs really quick. Yamato. Alright, a lot of American flags. Alright, pretty funky. Alright, weapon upgrade. How many seconds can we keep this? Like the fact that the music's pretty crazed. Given that there's like no feedback, you're just seeing the explosions from the bomb projectiles landing. Alright, I got 2 weapon upgrades for the first time. I saw that bullet right as I was getting hit and I was holding up forward. Oh well. Back to the pea shooter. U-turn missiles. Screen's getting back. Does that drop anything? It does. Dropped another bomb that I used to kill the thing that dropped the bomb. That wasn't fully destroyed. Not super easy to see what's destroyed and not, to be honest. Oh, now we started scrolling back here again. So those, I mean, obviously those turrets are still shooting. The perspective is a bit funky, because I'm not sure if I can bomb them, or if the bombs just collide with the buildings. So maybe I have to sneak the bombs in right in between the buildings? I don't know. This is a pretty confusing fight, if I'm being honest. Okay, that thing's destroyed now. Alright. Oh my god. That was bad. Is this where I'm supposed to bomb? Like, go below the buildings? So visually confusing. Let me go to the bottom of the screen and... Okay, yeah, I guess that worked. I mean, I died, but... Okay. Like one little turret that I don't know if I can reach. I mean, okay. What a randomly confusing boss fight. Is that the final boss? Nope. Whoa. I think my button was stuck. It like skipped the map screen, but we're in Europe again. I think we conquered Asia. American flags all over the place. I got the high score because I got probably like 200,000 points for killing the boss. So I started the stage with 200,012 points. Yeah, I don't know. The difficulty curve definitely shot up after stage 3. I'm not as convinced that this is a easy 1cc. At this point, there's like a lot of crap on screen pretty constantly. Like, that's the thing, like, there was a big jump from stage 3 to 4. And I feel like it's been kind of continuing to escalate since then. At this point, it's like, I just want to make sure that I actually manage to squeeze out these bombs before I game over again. It feels so fucking bad to just be shooting point blank. Like, that's why I'm like opting to try to hit more with bombs, I guess, because like psychologically it feels better to see the bomb's explosion connect than just a bullet being deleted on contact. With missiles or lasers or whatever. I wanted to get down here and fire this to get rid of them while I still have the power up, but no such luck. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's the thing. Like, again, I'm not a shoot 'em up player, so obviously if you're experienced, there's a lot of transferable skill that you could apply in just like learning how to recognize patterns and just being more attuned to visually parsing a screen full of moving objects and stuff like that. Like when I was playing more rhythm games 20 years ago, like I would have an easier time going from, you know, DDR to Beatmania or whatever, or pop music, even if it all looks different. Just like there's transferable skills that you learn just in how to sort of filter sensory impressions. And learning like patterns. Yeah, my credits are lasting on average like 10 seconds. Oh, there's a 1-up. But that's the thing, right? Like, even credit feeding my way through this, like getting dozens, it feels like, even though that was probably like a bit, like pity 1-ups, feels all strange. Like, it's hard to even tell how many of my shots are going through. I mean, enough. What a weird stage. It was just like Normandy. Did the game loop? I think the game just looped. That was incredibly unceremonious. Unless we're just back. I mean, there were a bunch of non-American flags there in Europe, so I think we just looped. Yeah, overall, I guess box standard, it's about an appropriate description, and I think entirely understandable why this game is not incredibly well known. A difficulty now is like clearly up from the first loop, but it's also clearly down from stage 8. That feels pretty good. But yeah, I think like if you were to practice this instead of just credit feeding, like learning one level at a time, I think the escalation in difficulty is a lot more manageable. Because that's the thing, like, I didn't get the hang of stage 3, like I scraped by, but I didn't really get the hang of it. And then I went from there to stage 4 when it was like, and that's the thing, right? When things are sort of too difficult for you, the learning process itself is sort of inhibited. Whereas if you master one chunk at a time, I think it's probably a lot more, yeah, just a lot more manageable. On loop 1, I game overed before clearing the first boss. Ah, shit. Yeah, the momentum is... It's not fully gradius. At least my movement isn't like dog shit. But yeah, I mean, I took fewer deaths on loop 2 than on loop 1. So I'm getting a little bit accustomed to it. We'll play out the credit, but we'll wrap it up for that. But yeah, like anything, it's, you know, it's a matter of being accustomed. And familiar with your being faced with. Yeah, it's a pretty noticeable increase in difficulty from Luke 1 to 2, though. Yeah, the ground bomb stuff is like sort of kind of neat, but at the same time, for sure, it's... I didn't play this in high score, I guess. I'm curious to see the high score table. That's a cool game over screen. Because I'm curious if there's a bunch of like AAAs or if my scores didn't register because I chose to continue. Like you kind of have to focus on different... Actually looking at it, I guess it probably doesn't have a high score table, right? It doesn't have initials, which feels kind of ancient for 1990 to have a game where there's just like a singular high score. That's like fucking Space Invaders. So yeah, pretty ghetto. Perfectly serviceable, but not impressive. I had another American military supremacy shoot 'em up lined up. But I think we'll skip it in the interest of... I mean, I've been streaming for 4 hours, and we've got plenty of games on the list, and there's at least one more I absolutely 100% want to play. So we'll do... And I dug up more games than I knew I would have time to play, so that's not an issue. But we'll skip the other one I had in favor of moving on to our third and final genre of America game. At least we got, you know, we've got G.I. Joe and this, so we got a bit of military action. But we're gonna move on to a different branch. But yeah, this I need to take another short break. This is quite taxing. I'm looking forward to eating delicious leftovers from yesterday and relaxing with some pinball games off stream later today. But it was pretty cool. I'm glad to have played this game. I didn't know about it before today, and now I've played it, and you know, wasn't too bad. But I shall return shortly. See you guys in just a little bit. right. I'm back. So, the next genre of America gaming is, I mean, there could be more than this. I'm sure there are many fine arcade games of the sports ball variety, for example. But I think what is maybe, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the most American thing, but certainly a time-honored tradition, sort of tangentially related to the military-industrial complex, is, let's see, where's my capture? More Taito action. Shout out to Tony and Raymond. Crime City. That's right. Crush out the crime. We're the supreme law. Doesn't really get that much more American than some good old-fashioned propaganda. So let's clean up the streets with Tony and Raymond. Let me check some settings here. High score scribble. Oh yeah, that's right. You get to like, yeah, you have to do a little gun drawing, which you can disable, I guess. Afraid that people are going to get too creative. Demo sounds are set to on, but I guess it's just like every fourth loop or something. What's up, the opponent? We have already covered the Captain America segment of today's stream. We played Avengers in Galactic Storm. I think we should have audio though. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's me, Tony. Yeah, this is Raymond. What? Prison breakers? On my day off? Shucks! Well, let's go for a kill time. Round one, prison breaking. Right, the future of law enforcement is rolling into all the thugs in the street. Occasionally punching or shooting. So this is kind of a Rolling Thunder-like hot dog. Alright, let's grab some drugs. I'm out of gun. Got him. Catch hold of prison breakers. Okay, we're in the Royal Bank. It seems like an impractical way of getting there. Oh my god, fucking sniped. Off. Pipes getting in the way. Why did you get an air somersault by jumping in midair? Alright, shotgun. Hell yeah. Just grabbing it. Oh, shit. Alright, pocket some more drugs. No! As far as it goes. Oh, we can continue. We got the Superman continue cancel feature. Let's be careful not to accidentally use that. We can high jump. Okay, I figured we might be able to. Oh, my drugs! Alright, we're dropping into the parking garage. Okay. The music's so good. Unsurprising, of course. Fido game. Whoa! My high jump! Ouch! Whoa!
No.
Oh my god, the hostage! He jumped! He jumped with the hostage, knocking her into my line of fire. Maybe that's on me. Alright, let's shoot him in the face. Okay, screen stops scrolling. Ooh! Fancy background shooting segment. Have max shotgun for this. No rolling though. Alright, let's run into the wall. Whoop, now we're going left. Got us to Jazz spot. I jumped, right. Ah! Shot me mid commando roll. Ow! I thought the car would stop. I love the smacking sound effect. Ah, shit, that one did not go well. Okay. So rolling is like highly lethal, but it does not protect you. We rescued the bait. That's all that matters. So we got kind of a Rolling Thunder life situation for me. Oh, I just had the one, I see. Where you have a life bar, but getting shot deals 100% health. Background? I guess because we had a shotgun when we got here last time, we got infinite shotgun, but now we just have a pistol. The perspective is a little peculiar because you shoot like slightly towards the center. So if you're off to the side, the angle of the shot gets a little confusing. All right, we finally made it to the bank. Went into the underground parking garage so we can drop in through the ceiling. Makes sense. And the screen doesn't appear to be scrolling, so is this like a just here shooting guys? Oh. Okay, try to crouch as I landed. Oh my god, the protected goon. Can't outroll a Molotov cocktail, I guess. That was very badly timed standing up. I hit her! Somehow. Is it like when his gun is extended? I don't know. I'm confused. Babe rescued. Mission accomplished. Can we leave now? I guess so. Sucks to work at the bank in Crime City, yeah. Told of bank robbery. shit, arms dealers. Smuggling. Look at all these crimes we're erasing. Oh, look at this guy. Okay. Oh, shit. I can't shoot those things. Oh. Alright, body armor. Okay, fine. Roll. Running out of armor, I think. Yeah. High jump. What do we even deal with this? Not like that. Did I get an extend as I was shot? Hello. This is stressful. Alright, we're in the smuggling factory. I didn't want to jump that high, but there's only like 2 jump heights, normal and high jump. So you can't do like a low jump. Music's really good, but not a lot of variety. Oh, I thought I had 50 grenades, but that was my gun bullet count. Also kind of sucks if you've got the rifle and pick up a pistol. Fine, okay. The pistol overwrites the rifle. Oh, that was a good health drop. Armor. I see, okay. Cool. Okay. I ran out of armor. Okay. Ouch! It's a perfect little porthole. Okay, I just realized I got a fucking rocket pistol. Alright, got him. Crime doesn't pay. Catch hold of smugglers. Oh, man! Kidnapping. 1. Okay. Landing with the somersault on dudes is pretty satisfying, though. Dude, it's getting pretty hectic here. That guy's pretty buff. No, I didn't even get to use my grenade. I was trying to save it. I got too greedy. And these short dudes, I can't roll under their gunfire. Alright, got some drugs. Can't shoot upwards. We just gotta roll past them. Okay, boss music. Flamethrower. Heck, this is an awkward fight. I couldn't land on that little ledge. What the heck? Seems like kind of the easiest boss so far. Weirdly enough. Whew. Catch hold of Kidnapper. Where is the mayor? Oh, he's in the mayor's office. Kidnapping 2. Or is this the crime office? I don't know. Is that the municipal late? What? Killed me there? Oh, look at all these fat cat criminals. I can't even tell if they're my elected officials or just crime lords. Who can say? Fucking lasers! Oh. Starting to be able to relate to the oh man guy trying to deal with all this bullshit. I like the effect of the light going out. It's pretty cool. The other guy shot me. The ceiling lasers are a bit of a concern. I feel like this would be a very satisfying and fun game to learn. I don't know if it's super difficult, but it feels really good. Like, it's nice and straightforward. Very responsive. But given this style of game, like, your dude's gonna be quite fragile. Okay. No real boss, I guess. Oh, there's the mayor. Fucking huge. Okay, kidnapping 3. And got some mechanical variety. Oh, rip that. That's a good sound effect. I can't move left or right. Can I jump? I can jump. I don't know if it's that helpful though. Fuck, this seems pretty rough. Okay, I can kind of weird. I can control the elevator in midair if I'm jumping. I guess you want to just get guys off screen as quickly as possible. Shout out to Bird Pizza House. Of course, I do have delicious dinner leftovers, but I could go for some 4th of July pizza otherwise. Should have jumped. Did I get a death extend? Cool jingle. Okay. All the guys flying out of the window when you shoot him. Whoa. I've not played this game much. I'm only very superficially familiar with it, but it's a very cool game, and I think like it feels really good. I didn't realize I had a shotgun. And as far as like this theme, I think it's maybe the best one of these kinds of games. Like Eastblock's pretty cool, but it's not as like fluid and fast-paced as this in my limited experience. I love the Rolling Thunder games, but they're a bit different. They don't have this like gritty New York 80s action movie feel. I missed the little gun window. Let's punch through it, I guess. Very strange little pocket there. I'm not sure what hit me there. I like this better than the RoboCop games. I mean, they're cool for what they are, of course, but there's just something about the... One might say that this game exudes playability. Oh my god, it's the mayor! We've been had. I can shoot his cannonballs, but I want to actually hit him also. Am I shooting his cannonballs, or is he cannoning my gunshots? Dude, so many human shields. Did that dog come out of a barrel? I should have done something. Where else are you going to store evil crime dogs? You know what? You're so right. Cannonballed in the foot. Feels like I'm getting wireframed all over again. Ah! all these enemies dropping weapon pickups that I can't grab. This would be a rough one to see. But even again, like it's... The way I'm playing it is not the way to play it if you want to actually learn to do well at it, I think. Luckily, it's not like on a systems level. It's not punishing in a way that makes it annoying to play with like harsh checkpoints and that kind of thing. They weren't giving up yet, huh? Oh. Mayor. Daily Taito succeeded in rescuing Mayor. Congratulations. One player clear all round. Bonus. Whew. Okay. Tony Gibson, 1P police officer. Raymond Brody, 2P police officer. Mike Mayer, his brother. Caddy Skylark, lady prisoner. Jailbreaker having a knife. All right. Jailbreaker having a pistol. Jailbreaker having a machine gun. Classic. Joe, Condemner Crimina. G-Jumper, Burglar. Masked Burglar A having an automatic gun. Okay, Masked Burglar A facing front. Different guy. Masked Burglar A pink masked. Richard, Bank Burglar. Stick Weapon Master. Pistol Gangster. Gangster having an automatic gun. Gangster holding a prisoner, except for when he's not. Fritz, boss of smuggling gang. Bottle Grenade Master. Okay. Punk A having a gun. No. Make it clear. Punk B having a machine gun. Punk C having a chain. Bob, boss of punks. He was a chump. Mad Dog. Emily. Okay. All right. The end. Okay. Oh. Flourish. Pretty good track. Well, shout outs for the hostage that kept getting taken. That was Emily. And then of course there was Caddy Skylark, who was kidnapped by whatever his name was. King of Bank Burglars. Bob's Burglars. Yeah, pretty fun game. Very charming. Very smooth controls. Pristine premiere walk and shoot action. Pretty cool how the two-player character is like a unique sprite as well. That's such a cool effect with the light. There's like multiple stages where you can shoot out the light. This one song is so catchy. I love the little cocaine pickups. Alright, let me... High scorer's message. Yeah, so same thing here, I guess. Like the top score, there's no high score table. But you get to do a little drawing if you get the top score. All right, that's Crime City. There's another game that's been on my mind after having recently played Rushing Beat X, a game that came up for whatever reason, because Rushing Beat X is crazed, parentheses, derogatory, with its endless fucking weird anime yapping. Occasionally there's reference to other Jalico things, which of course includes more crime fighting action, albeit in a, you know, a little bit of a different vibe. And that is, of course, case of the rich man's kidnapped daughter. My daughter has been kidnapped. Letter from the kidnappers. Please rescue her. We are, of course, playing 64th Street. Very funky jams. Maybe this is where Russian Beat X got the idea for strangely extensive writing. There are several job ads in here that contain a secret message. This must be a huge criminal organization, judging by the amount of money they've spent on ads. Still don't get it. Where's the secret code? Read these job classifieds very carefully. Notice the similarity between the sentences in the ads and the sentences we saw in the letter from the kidnappers last night. Holy sheboygan! Let's get on this case. 64th Street, a detective story. Game audio loud. All right, let me turn it down. They keep yelling. Turn down. It's probably better. Actually, I'm gonna keep turning it down a bit. Let me check. Yeah! It's a good scream. Yeah! We got the background throws. It's a cool feature. That big American flag. Okay. Game details are up there. Okay. Cash register sound. Rick or we gotta go Rick. Pretty sluggish. Oh, look at that. This is so ghetto. That's fine. Okay, that's a strange combo. There's definitely bits of violence, fight, DNA in this, I feel like. Probably some shared sound effects. Like on the flyer, you got the fucking Dogoon onomatopoeia. Oh. Wrench. Discount shop. Pipe. Cat. Don't mind if I do. Music's going crazy. Pipe. I guess we got bits of top turf in this also. The very powerful pipe. The pipe. A little hop punch, and then he just kept, I don't know, the combo's quite mysterious. That window crashing noise, pretty good. Are we, oh, okay. Oh, go sign. Oh, I just broke the window even more. Oh, this big guy. Pretty interesting. Oh! I'll grab. Oh, never grab a grabber, I guess. Wait, what's this? Ah, whatever it was, I missed it. Garbage jump kicks. Classic of bad beat 'em ups. Oh, there's an item behind that crate that also faded away. Oh, and I didn't even break the... Okay. Alright, good anime scene transition. Like, it's a pretty cool mechanic, aside from it being visually fucking sick. The fact that we can dig out cats and toolboxes and, I don't know, tuna sandwich or something out of the brick walls. Well, a chocolate bar, good enough. That's very fun. Oh, that was in the trash can. That wasn't in the wall. Oh, should have mashed. Right, little pendant. I've been like exposing pickups way off screen without realizing it. Was it weird? Simple grab, but that's fine. Surviving a lot better than I expected. Yeah, I'm not getting sandwiched like that though. Go for horizontal grab. Go for a throwing time. I'm a little afraid to go for a grab on this guy. Oh, you can knee them too. Okay, that's good to know. Oh my god, look at this funky guy. Didn't mean to, that did like no damage. Yeah, that does a lot more damage, which makes sense. Throwing is not usually for dealing damage. All right, we made it to 2 screen transitions, so we didn't die yet, I don't think. We're on this wooden floored public transport. Oh, okay, that did like 2 pixels, but I didn't need to throw. Well, we got to break a window, that's cool. Decent damage. Could these windows hide pickups? Probably not. Oh, he died. Oh, that wasn't the boss. That was just... Whoa! That was just a prelude to the boss fight. Oh my god, this hammer's pretty cheap. Just trying to grab... Oh, the fucking full screen hammer. It hit me even when I was blinking. That's an interesting mechanic, though. Instant swipe. Some horse shit. There's no secondary jump attack. Fucking, oh my god, Punk having a mallet. How do you approach? I guess I've got gigantic Z-axis hitbox. Just on my punches. And X-axis. Okay. Probe next hideout. Outside the office, Rick and Alan are attacked as they leave their office. The crime organization that placed the ads already must know that Rick and Alan are on the case. Smuggler's Wharf. Alright, okay, let's go. Dude, you guys know what's coming up. You know it. This is like the most satisfying shit you can do in a video game. Just chuck dudes off of shit into shit. Okay. Extra joy, pretty good. Music's fucking sick. I know this game, like, I've played this in the past, a very long time ago. And I remember, like, yeah, you know, it's pretty dank. I definitely did not remember it being also extremely fucking sick. Well, that somehow hit that other guy. Dude, even from the bottom of the screen, actually can reach into the water. Like, your hitboxes are pretty huge. So good. Ah! Okay. Like, it's got a very stiff feel to it, and it's pretty, like, primitive in some ways. But it's, like, really crisp. Not where it matters. Like, detective having a sushi. Super joy. But, like, the fact that you're... Like, the punch looks stubby, but it's got greater range than you would think. Do you think sushi was popular in 1939 in America? I mean, probably. I mean, this game wouldn't lie to us. Hey, that's like 2 pixels. Got like fucking Dynamite Deca levels of health recovery. Maybe it was huge on 64th Street. That's very possible. His music sounds like it's on a fucking Like a Dragon comedy sub-story. I want to make a dent in this boat's hull. They won't let me. I'm being oppressed. Do the insane grab combos. Satisfying. Oh, okay. An alternate 0 health extra joy that's somewhat useless. Or still going somehow. Okay. Couldn't make a dent down there, but we can fuck up these walls at least. Superman would be proud. No drops though. The scale of the health bar is like weirdly confusing. You end up doing way more damage than you would expect. Oh. That's pretty good on 1 credit. Gotta say. Rick's pretty powerful, but we might as well try Alan, right? Prime Fighter having a hat. A very fashionable vest. Oh, it's got a very good throwing yell. Don't like these guys. Jumping is a bit shit, but that's fine. Jumping is... I don't want jump attacks to be extremely good. These guys, how cool they are. Oh, that was a hot dog. Oh, okay, sushi, wrench. I get like combo with the wrench. Ooh. Forgot how sick this game is. Okay, that guy just crawling out of the crevasse in the corner of the wall there. I was just about to say, like, it's kind of weird how there's pretty much never any ghost signs, and then we got one. Oh, I've got to smash a dude into the wall, or into the door, rather, to open it. Oh, multi-stage wall breaking. I didn't realize. Oh, I've been missing out this whole stage. Oh, this game's good. Oh, that's so fucking satisfying. Imagine if they knew how to throw guys like this in Crime City. That would have cleaned up way faster. Music, dude. Alright. Multi-stage wall breaking? We'll never know. That sound effect's so fucking good, dude. Yep. I'm gonna try not to sing along because I'm pretty sure the audio and the gain capture in my mic is not like perfectly in sync, so it's gonna sound incredibly obnoxious. I mean, even if it is in sync, it's gonna sound reasonably obnoxious, but it being out of sync only makes it worse. I was trying to jab him, but I ate chocolate instead. My greed got the better of me. Oh, shit. Gluttony, I guess. Alright. I wonder if that was my low health Super Joy or my normal one. Oh. Don't. Can't not sing. The music's too good. Very catchy. Ah! Or just comboed. Nope, not quite. Yeah, the background throwing is for sure a very strong tool. In addition to being a very fun gimmick. Alright, got cats. I think the regular throw is like really good too. I mean, that's not surprising, but because background throwing is such a rare treat relatively, I end up using it a lot, so I don't use the the side throws as much. Surely I have grabbed these guys before, right? It feels like anytime I get close now, they... I mean, I guess I should just play it safe. Oh. Boss music, I guess? Oh, look at this guy. Oh, shit. Fortunate that we don't have character names. Again, increasing the bootleg vibes for sure, but... Okay, safe meat. Pickups seem to deteriorate in this game, so I'm just gonna grab it. Perfect balance, yeah. Let her rip. Fucking Captain Beyblade. I'm trying to use my Super Joy. Okay, I think we're going back to Rick. Alan's got like a bit of a more normal combo. You just barely cannot reach the back wall from the bottom of the screen. Okay, I can punch him out of the spin. I mean, it makes sense that I can't grab him out of it. But, let me check this. Okay, is this the strat? I think this is the strat, guys. Probe next hideout. Robotic parts have been smuggled illegally into the country by boat. However, the captain says that the illegal ship now has been loaded onto a train. Rick and I'll leave the port. Railroad yard. That's a 6-stage intro. These guys just getting fucking run over by the train. Legacy of Curse. That's not very good sounding. This is just how enemies spawn on this level, I guess. It's pretty fucking sick. This game is fucking incredible. What's up, First Terror? Happy 4th of July for those who celebrate. Oh, just barely. Whoa, what the? How did I do that? I just did a flaming punch while I was reading chat. Can I like hold a direction or... Doesn't seem to be a circular motion. I didn't hallucinate that, did I? Oh, immaculately satisfying big clumpage. Like the actual pro hitboxes are really good. Like all the hitboxes are like, it's such a rare treat to play a beat 'em up. How fucking sick was that? And hitboxes not being quite what you expect, and it's in your favor. But it never happens. Yeah, dude's just hanging out on the train tracks. Seems like a bad idea, but hey. Chocolate. Did not get killed by gluttony, not this time. Book. Ah! pipe in a box. Multi-layer wall breakage with multiple pickups. Can I like walk forward? I don't know how I did the fire punch. Mysterious crime fighting technology. Secret techniques of 64th Street. No! Okay, almost. Well, I got a pipe for my trouble. Okay, is there an extend at 400,000? I mean, I guess I'm at 2 lives, so we'll find out, but... Walking carefully. You gotta push pretty close to the edge of the screen to scroll. Fuck, that feels so good. Yeah, I'm talking about that punch, not the hot dog. Ooh, that gigantic hot dog. Fucking foot and a half long. Ah. Yeah, you have the rolling uppercut. That's the Super Joy, but it's also got this big flaming hook. Look at this guy. I guess it's a head swap of the other guy. Got the same kicks. Do that. I shouldn't have. Your combo's actually good. Like, all your moves are good. You don't necessarily have a ton of them. But I've severely estimated 64th Street. I apologize. I was not familiar with your game. Okay, boss time. A colorful character lurks in the shadow. Oh, okay. We got some kind of rockabilly, whatever he is. Oh, I've got 2 of them. And they got schmoots. Wait. Okay, so all right, so that's a neutral Super Joy. I thought the axe handle was just the Super Joy when you're at no health, but if I press forward in both buttons, I do it. Surprisingly good move. Does have a bit of startup, but it's got a powerful lingering hurtbox, or hitbox rather. I guess it's got a lingering hurtbox too, but that's not a strength. Let's go back to Alan. We'll mix it up. So he's got this back kick. It's neutral. Okay. Okay, that was just a forward jump. Oh boy. Doesn't delete any health if it doesn't. Wait, that doesn't delete health. Period. Look at that hitbox, dude. How fucking satisfying is that hitbox, dude? Got 45 seconds. Pretty long seconds, too. Dude, he was like third to Rick sees the trademark of a steel company named Legacy on one of the containers on the passing train. It reminds him that one of those secretly coded classified job ads in the paper was for the Legacy company. Okay, secret factory. It's so weird that they give you like the story narration of what happens at like the beginning of the stage at the end of the stage. All right, we've got some Chinese kung fu enemies. It's pretty good. Still some mysterious secret techniques of this game that I've yet to learn. Whoa! Isaac got like 3 Super Joys. Maybe the rushing tackle was the equivalent of Rick's flame punch. Downside of using the pipes that I don't get to throw guys into the back wall. Unless I get real spicy. Okay. I don't think I got that extend. By the way, I totally forgot about that like a stage ago. The game's so well paced too. It really fucking moves. Does not overextend. Cat? It is for sure lacking in the babe department. The one strike against it I can think of. Not all the enemy characters are of top level charisma, but they're pretty good. Like the designs are nothing to write home about, but they've got like distinctive postures, funny noises, and they feel very good to punch, which are all, of course, more important qualities. Even the boss fights, like with the back attack strats, are like pretty doable. All of a sudden, I'm like, do I want to try to learn the 64th Street 1cc? I feel like that would be extremely satisfying. What a gift on America's birthday. Wonder Bread. Oh, several pixels of hell. That guy's dodging to the other fucking corner of the screen. Yeah, the pipe hit reaction is pretty funny looking. Oh, I slammed him into the floor. Whoa! Ah! Okay, there's an apple over there at least. Why did I jump? Okay, I reached the wall. No! Greedy, and I missed the wall because... Oh, I'm not about to die. The CP brain crates. I'm trying to throw to the upper left to reach the wall's hurt box. There we go. Yeah, like you don't need a lot of animation for stuff to feel really responsive and snappy. You align the the positions and like have the correct sort of expressive hit reactions. That goes a long way. Oh yeah, the robot parts. I forgot. Oh, we're gonna fight cyborgs in this game. Yeah, this got an Arcade Archives release, I want to say not super long ago, actually. Like, relatively speaking. Okay, so the robot parts being exposed, that's the second layer. Crate destruction. Okay, so that definitely did drain hell. Oh, he grabbed me because I waited too long. That's only fair. It's interesting. This game is, I want to say, 1991. So it's obviously, you know, in that post-Final Fight world. And it doesn't quite feel like it, but it feels... Did I fall over? Like, in some ways... There's so many games that came after Final Fight that just spectacularly, or in some cases very mundanely, fail to replicate, you know, obviously a lot of elements of the game, but on that sort of core fundamental level of just the feeling of walking and punching. And this game, I want to say, has like some qualities that make it feel distinctly kind of B tier by comparison in terms of kind of polish and production value, at least. But the overall kind of feel of the game, I want to say, doesn't really suffer from it. That's so cool, the little corner of the wall. That is like unique. Dude, the chained fucking knockdown. Holy shit. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, okay. I wasn't... Yeah, knocking him down with the pipe does get the domino effect on the others. Sometimes, I don't know, it seems a little inconsistent. Pretty good though. See, it didn't happen there. What it did, yeah, I don't understand it, but sounds are really good too. Some of these sound like this swoosh sounds super familiar. Dude, time's running out. Right, I've been taking it pretty slow, but transition. You guys not done yet. No additional time. Oh, this is. Oh, do I get? What happens with the timer now is the question. Okay, timer reset. It would have been pretty rough if you continued and it started at 2 seconds. Time might be a factor here, though. If you intend to get through this without taking a bunch of deaths. I'm not been paying super close attention, but I'm gonna assume that there have not been any extends. You get 3 lives per credit, which is reasonably generous. My finger slipped and I didn't get the background throw, but that's alright. Okay, get a pipe and a wrench for the boss. You don't necessarily get like big food drops. Well, there's food. I shouldn't expose the food because it'll expire. Oh, I shouldn't have tried for the grab. I wonder if boss food. No! There we go. Oh, it did expire. And now the pipe is. Okay. Oh, I didn't grab it. Oh, this is bad. Oh, that seems abusable. Oh, how fucking sick is that? I tried to throw him, and it fell on top of me. I took damage, and the whole screen shook. I'm honestly a little bit disappointed that we don't have like a fully anachronistic Terminator robot. That would have been very good. But I gotta respect sticking with the time period. Oh, I actually got the grab there. Okay, probe next hideout. Criminals who understand the secret code in the classified applied for jobs at Legacy. Legacy hired the applicants and then through surgery turned them into robots who used the Warwick Island head for the main office. Okay. So those guys were surgically engineered into steam robots. Seems like a raw deal, honestly, but... These boxer guys. I didn't mean to jump. I somehow super joyed and grabbed him. Dude, someone is playing around on their keyboard. Okay, that's what I figured. That does no damage. Well, I don't know what his life bar was, I guess. Yeah, so you turn around. That's how you do this move. Okay, but it is like an instant knockdown. Yeah, so sometimes they start with... Okay, it actually does a shit ton of damage, it looks like. Well, I say a shit ton, but I guess a regular combo does like 1 life bar. Or like most of 1 life bar. But even it being like the equivalent of a combo, it's good damage. But as you can see there, it's a bit slow. They gotta be a little judicious about when you use it. But it's good to have figured out. Even the pillar has its own little hitbox. Alright. We're going to the main crime office headquarters. Precursor to stage in Prime City, I guess. Oh my god. The windows too. It's very satisfying. Yeah, like the anime transitions are definitely quite funny. I should not have tried to do that move. Oh, I'm alive. Could be food in that pillar. There wasn't. Well, maybe there's a multi-break-inch. Nope, but we survived. For now. Oh, him again. Okay. Can we... Time's not on our side, I guess. Oh, I don't have the spacing here. He keeps going to the wrong side. There we go. Ooh. No wall breakage, but that's fine. Ooh. Reverse scrolling. Take that hot dog. Have I played the arcade Batman? I'm assuming you mean the Atari game. I did a... Okay, Super Joy, wake up. I'm afraid to scroll the screen in case the other guy shows up. I did a project several years ago when I played quote-unquote every Batman game. With a slight asterisk for not including mobile games or games that aren't emulated. But that certainly included that one. Just kind of a weird game. Cool in some ways. Extremely dank. As you'd expect from Atari of that era. Ooh. I like that the the death screen just like clips. Wall sushi. Okay. So, food items expiring feels bad. But in a way, I think it can kind of make sense. That was an extremely delayed combo. Like, I did 2 jabs, walked half the screen, and pressed the button, and he did a little hop punch. That probably has a gigantic hitbox, too. I somehow managed to throw that guy, but then super joyed out. Oh, okay, that's weird. The arcade Batman game is, like, it came out very late relative to the movie, but it's also... It's not like a terrible looking or sounding game, I suppose, but it doesn't feel cutting edge for 1991 exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure about any Batman 1891 arcade games. It's the wrong button, but alright. You have to press left and AB to do the axe handle to the right because it's like a backwards attack. Okay. Empty scrolling. See, these guys seem a little. I mean, the hair metal guys specifically seem a little anachronistic, and that's a great thing, to be clear. I think the game could have supported a little bit of Terminator aesthetic. I guess we got our 1930s sushi. I'll have to make do with that. Burn punch is a little tricky to do. Feels good though. So I do. I thought we were leaving, but we're just scrolling the screen like 2 pixels. But I guess this is probably the final stage. In crime headquarters. Oh, not over yet. Ah, I landed on the kick. Alright, Alan. You're up. Yeah, okay, so the tackle is his turn attack. I got punched out of it though, so who knows if it's actually any good. Throwing him down point was kind of stupid. For some reason I was thinking maybe I could break the pillar, even though I knew on the previous floor that throwing into the corner didn't work. And clearing the crowd would have been a priority. Oh, whatever. We got infinite credit feeding. Alright, okay. We got the Japanese paintings. Dropping safes. Where they're dropping from is anybody's guess. Bread. I've got the fucking side wave as well. I guess you can kind of use the tackle as a reversal. Oh, tricky because you gotta like. I don't know, the inputs are a little specific. It's not difficult per se. You press the direction and the button at the same time. It doesn't seem like it's sort of frame perfect or anything. Okay, same thing with the... I mean, maybe it's true for every knockdown. But, hitting dudes into dudes will knock them down, at least sometimes. I mean, I guess we, in a matter of speaking, we're getting the Terminator quota with these guys, but I guess that's not exactly what I meant. But the fucking Berserker, furry boots, and vest. They're more like Zed and Terminators. Shades notwithstanding, of course. Although there was, of course, the Terminator Arnold in the It's the North Star TV show. It was not in the comic, but see, that attack also, I mean, that piece of chicken is lost forever, that's fine. It knocks back really far, too. Like a different knockdown. It's not foolproof. You gotta be able to press 2 buttons for one. Yeah. The other time I was able to do the neutral spin kick like that, I was able to do that indefinitely without losing health. See, I didn't take... But I think I took damage from getting hit. Maybe it's a weird... Maybe it's like a glitch with this guy. specifically that he doesn't drain your Super Joy. I actually kind of want to see if that's the case. A little tricky to test, but yeah, because I killed him now, and of course I hit the other guy. And I didn't even pay attention to my life bar anymore. That guy's not even a little bit suspicious. Oh, the chicken leg actually is full health. Oh, it's a bonus stage. Little avenging spirit ghost. I thought for sure that guy was going to fight me. I didn't realize I was supposed to break the stuff quickly. We'll trade up to the pipe. Okay. There we go. Okay, sure. Concierge / Kabuki warrior. Yeah, maybe this is the brother. Got the mayor brother and the Prime Lord brother. See, it's a little awkward when it's like you can't really visually distinguish attack frames from non-attack frames. He's got huge range on that thing, but I was trying to see if I could have him approach me in such a way. Oh man, look at that infinite hitbox and active frame on that top palm. It's like that move right there. Like, because it's like instant, there's no like startup frames or recovery frames really. Like, I'm sure you could hypothetically learn a pattern. You can see there's like a gap in between his attacks there. He does like 2 hops. But is that an actual sort of forced gap, or did it just happen to align that way? I don't know, I guess there is a little bit of recovery there. Hard to visually confirm. Anyway, I guess he's done. Not quite yet. Bull! Chase and arrest. Geez, their getaway car is a blimp. The Legacy execs are trying to escape. That was not the final stage. Last level. Okay, good. We're making it clear at least. Pretty sick. Look, if you think you can escape getting thrown into that door, you're unfortunately correct. But first you don't succeed, get owned. Then try again. Oh, this is unacceptable. Oh, I will lose this life for this, but it'll be worth it. Thank you for the follow. Like, leaving this door slightly ajar, just fully inviting me to throw dudes into it, and then I've failed. Like, I was gonna say constituents. I don't know, my community. Greetings, witty name guy. Yes, we can all aspire to live up to the expectations set for us by Japanese arcade games. Hot dog! Okay. Not a lot of health, but why do I keep trying to grab them? I wonder if, I don't know, could be a difference between Rick and Alan. It could also be like a, see, like it seems, I don't know, I guess maybe I had iframes there. But it somehow seemed to me like I have an easier time grabbing them from below. He ran into me there though, but it did like a turn punch. without turning around. I don't know, something about using the up directions to change directions, maybe. And Super Joy there. Chicken! Oh, that's a good chicken. That apple. Oh! Death sounds are so good. Like, I can't not want to mimic them anytime I hear them. My piloting this thing seemed to be struggling a little bit, judging from the orientation of the scenery, but it is what it is, I suppose. Get some of that sushi. Like, even the throwing hitboxes are like satisfyingly generous. Ah, that was my bad. Shouldn't have walked into it. I was rushing for that grab. Am I gonna kill? No. That guy over there does not have a lot of health left. I should be able to outrange it. It's like rushing me when I turn my back. Swoosh. Oh. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess the lore explained that we have multiple people surgically converting themselves to robots. I don't know if it was the professor head honcho there, but I suppose we were supposed to take care of these guys first. Oh! Get tossed. Ah! Okay, life bars showing progress. Okay. I have a sneaking suspicion this will not be the last credit. But let's see. We'll try our best here. No, I didn't mean to throw. Shit, I lost me half health. I meant to pummel. You guys got a lot of health. Oh, there's one life. A weird, like, reset situation. Oh my god, my health. Lingering. Oh. The way they stack themselves and position themselves. Okay. Could have waited. Okay, actually, I wouldn't say that having this guy in the fight is necessarily making it easier, but it does give me the tool to throw guys. Yeah, that's a very goofy looking kick. Yeah, there we go. Okay, fuck it, Rick. Gotta deal with this. Okay, he looked like he was fully invincible when he was doing his spinning kick. Alright, getting rid of this one robot should be helpful. Okay, his life's been made visible. Pretty fast. Kind of interesting that the boss has this weapon that's this, like, permanent weapon that doesn't disappear. I'm trying to grab him to throw him into the robot. Oh, okay. Well, this should still be a lot more doable at this point. I can bait the jump and just punish it like this. Early. Okay, sure. I don't know what's more or less damage. Oh! Fucked up. I got impatient. Oh, life bar showing. Okay, that does shit damage. Weapon attack does damage with like a jab. But it looks like I can punish, like, I can grab him out of the recovery of that spinning kick. Kind of like with the previous boss. Not the last boss, but... Well, I guess this is probably the last boss. They don't walk super fast, so it's a little tricky, but... Oh! It was Ex Machina. These little chapter headlines, so good. Oh, okay, there's a lady there. Oh yeah, there's a rich guy's daughter that was kidnapped. End. Alright, getting funky. Let's make like birdies and fly. Look at that sunrise. Isn't it beautiful? Sure is. Oh, Parallax City. Alright, I'm gonna relax my sore throat. Hydrate a little bit. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. This stream has been pretty mega. We've been going for 5.5 hours. Probably longer than I expected or planned. It is currently 5:18 p.m. I need to eat something soon enough. But we have one more game that I need to get to, which was arguably the one game I discovered that made me decide that, okay, we gotta do this stream today. We gotta do some hardcore American action gaming. And it's gonna be the last chapter of the crime fighting trilogy, I guess we can call it. This is a game, 11 coins. That's pretty cool that it tells us. For a first time fucking around, that's not too bad, actually. 1cc is probably pretty rough, but seems extremely doable compared to some games. Like, some of the bosses, if you just figure out how to deal with them, they're like the pain points. If we look at where I got sort of stuck and lost a lot of lives, it's mostly on those, like, robots, I think. Anyway, yeah, this game was sick. We got one more crime-fighting adventure. Crime Fighters 1cc, including Boss Rush and American Experience. I mean, Crime Fighters, certainly the highly American crime-fighting endeavor. But I think we can do better. There's a game, the existence of which I was unaware of before today. I saw the title and I thought, ooh, this looks promising. I booted it up, and within like 3 seconds, I decided I gotta shut it down. I can't see more of this. I gotta play this. It looks pretty ultimate. Now, I don't know, obviously, before that, or further than that, if it's gonna hold up. I don't know what the continued situation is. I don't know anything about it, other than it looks pretty ultimate. Is it American Horseshoes? I could not get the controls to work in American Horseshoes. I was tempted. I was excited about the prospect of American Horseshoes. But we're going to continue with the next step. The next level of law enforcement. When, you know, when the police officer having a pistol, when the private dick Rick, well, all these things are not enough. There's only really one institution that you can turn to. And that's the SWAT police. Extremely powered looking Korean arcade game from 2001 with the Judge Dredd 1995 police badge on the title screen. Cut straight from Burning Fight, it looks like. Let me update the game here. I think we can all enjoy a communal game of spot the sprite theft. Because it kind of looks, you know, this is a Korean game developed, maybe not completely free, but certainly with low levels of scruples. We got some Metal Slug explosions there, the tall vertical ones. And, yeah, I'm excited. Oh yeah, the controls. Yeah, that's a pretty familiar looking font, but the gradient looks a little unique. Point key, there's 3 buttons, so let's put the third one on that. Isn't even a dip switch setting, that's interesting.
Unspeakable horror awaits.
Policy subscribed. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I didn't know any, I mean, I say didn't, I still do not know anything about this game. So I'm excited. What is this genre called? You might call it a Cabal-like. I know some people have referred to them as crosshair shooters. It's not like, you know, there aren't even that many of these games. So it's not like a super strictly codified genre. Like, there's obviously overlap and similarities. But even like the scrolling levels alone make something like Nam a little different from Cabal. Like the main shooting mechanic is similar between them, but like we've got the Nam 75 cartwheel, which also like makes things a little different. Wild Guns has the jumping and a lot of other mechanical differences. It's kind of like cinematic platformer, which is like a genre name that's codified by like 2.5 games that are all super different from one another, but they have like ledge grabbing and rotoscoped animation, so people conflate them, but it allows like a lot of flexibility to what you choose to include. Like, it's more of a vibe-based genre label than anything. Crosshair shooter maybe isn't the same case, but it's kind of a you know it when you see it sort of a thing. So these title screen dudes look very Capcom-y. I'm not sure if they're from Mercs, but like pretty significantly redrawn, but that seems like it would make sense. Anyway, let's press button. Alright, we got Cruz and we got James. Power and Quick. We're probably going to game over 40,000 times over the course of this game, so we can probably switch back and forth. Unless we're stuck with a character, in which case, let's get stuck with Cruz. Alright, cool, we got the map from Fatal Fury, Sound Beach. I guess we're in Southtown. I like the compass graphic showing that south is to the up left on the map. Okay, that's the cartwheel button. It's pretty satisfying already. Okay, that robot looks familiar. Can't place it. Maybe it's like Robovore or something. Actually, it would be like a shooting game. So this is like 2001, right? Oh wow, okay, those must definitely stand out. Like, it has an early to mid 90s feel to it, but 2001 means that not only like are a lot of the other similar games that would be inspired from like already existed, so like it was there to reference. But by 2001, you did not really need like particularly uniquely sophisticated tech or knowledge to like rip graphics from other arcade games. Like when you see bootlegs from like 92. Okay, shop. I guess I buy it for my points, okay. Boot level 2, I guess that's movement speed. I guess I have grenades. How? If I can get other weapons. Okay, that's max, I guess. I'm not that concerned with score, so... Oh, I can up... I see, okay. Alright, MP5. No timer, I guess? Fine. Okay, stage 2. Is this the Center Street? Is the Osaka area of Southtown? Oh, I have infinite bullets. Screen shake when you destroy stuff, pretty satisfying. Of course, the scale of the characters against the background is like completely messed up. It's hard to even see where the reticle is. But yeah, like with older bootlegs, it can be like impressive and novel and kind of cool to even picture what process they would have been able to use. Like there's something admirable about the ingenuity of even like achieving like copying graphics from other games, or like, you know, tracing over them. You look at like Dragon Master, the fighting game where like every character is traced over Street Fighter 2, but there's not like clone characters as such. Like every character has like a bunch of normals that's taken from different characters. Like that's still a lot of effort, and like it makes you curious how they achieved it. Like did they record video footage of a Street Fighter 2 arcade cabinet and reference, or like, you know, because they would not have been able to emulate it at the time or anything like that. Did they like get a bootleg board in their office, or, you know, who knows? But in 2001, it's like, yeah, anyone with a Windows PC, like you get Neo Rage and Alice or whatever emulator, and you just rip the graphics. Alright, let's remember that I have grenades, I guess. In this case, I guess it's like the scale and perspective make it not impressive, but like sort of charming how everything... they managed to like piece everything together, but it's kind of like, you know, an open bore fan game or something. You kind of point at stuff like, oh, that's where that's from. Oh, they took that. Oh, that's a clever use of that thing or whatever. It's not, you know, impressive per se. Okay, so I have just barely enough for the M16. I still haven't gotten hit once, I don't think. I guess that's the gun on the bottom right. It's for player 2. I can't even select it. Or do I want a commando fishing vest? Sniper. Who knows? I might game over and not have any money, so let's blow it all on an M16. M60. Okay, stage 3. Looks a lot shorter. Just geographically. Are we making our way over to Port Town, perchance? Okay. Scale and perspective and everything. Oh, the fucking musket. robots are a little, they're a little goofy for sure. I mean, the entire game is goofy, and of course, that's kind of comes with the territory with these cobbled together part 10,000 Gs. But I agree, like, you know, it's not something I'm very passionate about normally. The shop mechanics pretty fun, like, does make me care about score. Bomb and another 10,000 Gs. Okay. Looked like it from the font size. Oh! I almost missed that 10,000. Oh, I got hit! Guided missile. Man, I got hit right at the end. I know they're 50k though. Okay, wait, hang on. Interesting. I could buy a life. Well, I can't afford it, but let's try sniper. Oh, so it shows on the bottom if we have the vest and the sniper. I guess it's like random what's available. And that one disappeared. I'm confused about the shop situation. Okay, National Park. Yeah, the music's probably also, you know, about as original as anything else in this game. But it feels quite good. Like, the fact that I made it this far and I only just barely took a death, like, makes me think that the difficulty balancing is really weird. Like, makes me suspect of it. Alright, fucked up. Like, I feel like there have been a lot of cases where I dodge roll away from something and I fully expect to get hit in the recovery, and then I still... It's like I got lingering iframes after dodging or something. Which makes it feel like the game's way easier than it ought to be. Like, it makes for a fun, casual experience. Oh, I fucked up. But it kind of speaks to the game's... Okay, let's try James. Sort of unpolished quality. Okay, well now I keep dying every 2 seconds instead. Yeah, the big 10,000 G is definitely pretty satisfying. It feels like the entire feel of the game is really good. But I certainly agree that, like, the kind of clashing graphics definitely a bit, you know, drags the experience down. Like, it's funny in its own way to sort of identify recognizable things, but of course, you know, from a creative standpoint, I mean, I'm sure they don't give a fuck, but it's not the most... Oh, that credit was a lot quicker. Let's go with Cruise. More power. You know, it's not even just from the perspective of the people making it, but even as a consumer and as a fan, whatever, as a player, I would prefer something to have its own identity over, like, its defining trait being how similar it is to something else. Okay, things are heating up for sure. At least I'm getting bonuses for all these bombs I don't use. I still have no idea what the sniper thing is, and I guess I don't have it anymore. Fucking hell, that's expensive. Guess we'll hit the vest. Some POW back up. There's a bit of inflation here, it looks like. Boots are getting more expensive here. I guess you do keep the points though, so let's save some. It's kind of interesting how you have like alternating long streets and like single room stages, which is good. You don't want the pace to feel completely like a flat line. You want some peaks and valleys to the pressure and intensity. Scale here certainly does seem a little mysterious. I definitely have to say though, I don't particularly recognize these main suit guys. I guess this is not a style of game, like just the way the art's made, right, with the guys like facing the screen. They're taken from someplace else that would primarily be from similar types of games. It's getting a little hectic here. But yeah, the fact that you stay in place after a roll, but for as long as you're like in place. Oh, I got hit for sure. You can basically just roll again. I want to say even Nom 75 doesn't have iframe rolls quite that lenient. Yeah, like the character portrait in the UI is also different. I mean, I think even the player character sprites. Maybe there is based on Shock Troopers. I'm not sure, but yeah, even those are like not as good looking as some of the other stuff. But everything looks different, so it's hard to establish like a firm, spectrum of quality. Every now and again, something pops up that's like really nice looking or really weird looking. Yeah, there was something about the wind pose that reminded me, not specifically, but like just the shading, the way some things were drawn, it looked like the sprites from Shock Troopers to me. Obviously, they could have cobbled together things from multiple sources. Okay, another singular inside of a store stage. Oh, okay. I just saw a little reticle. I wonder if the sniper... Alright, we got some toothpaste laser. It's like some auto-aim thing or something? I don't know if it maybe doesn't apply the same way when you have a limited ammo weapon. These guys with like the thick black outlines. I mean, aside from the fact that they're robots, just the black outlines look so different from everything else. Please, anytime I seem to start dropping somewhat low on ammo, there's just another laser drop. Picking up. These guys are menace. I didn't want the shotgun. The laser's way better. Oh, and I didn't get the laser robot because of it. can say I should have grenaded it. There we go. It's a rare treat for me to remember that grenades exist in this game. I like this guy's dutifully walking into the center of the screen before they take aim. Like the way the legs are drawn in that sprite, I think particularly reminded me of something from Shock Troopers. Let's save our cash. I guess I still have a vest. I can buy a second vest. All right, stage 7. The museum street. Screen shake. The scale of this painting in the background is pretty insane. Like, what is this location? Are we indoors? I thought there was a laser. I wasn't paying attention. Sure, the flame... Actually, that might be from Shock Troopers too. I know that has like very elaborate flamethrower animations. Oop! Speed. I got hit. Too much shit happening on screen. I couldn't tell. Ow. No, I didn't mean to roll there. I meant to roll left. Got hit again instantly. There were still lingering shots. Survived a lot longer on that credit, though. Do I know the alphabet? There we go. I failed to enter my name properly. I guess I don't really care that much, though. It's fine. I was trying to look at all this shit I wanted to collect. I wasn't paying attention to the bullets killing me. I ain't trying to roll. I can't... Oh, well, okay, that was like the worst credit so far. At least I knew the alphabet this time. There's so much money on this stage that I keep paying inadequate attention. Oh, to the bullets. Those bullets were pretty fast. So I basically never try to walk out of the way of shots, which, fair enough, this character seems to be pretty shit at. But even if you have, like, absurd iframes, oh, whatever. The rolling is still, like, a bit of a commitment. Yeah, for sure, like, the momentum of keeping your inventory makes a huge difference. Like, when I had the laser on that other stage and I lost it, like, it was so obvious right away. Those bullets are pretty fast. But at least there's, like, patterns. And, like, if you can stack vests and shit like that. So I wonder if there's... I don't know, I guess prices are sort of so inflated... Can't be bothered. But I wonder if there's, like, much of a strap to, like, hold off on buying stuff. You couldn't see his bullets for the fucking laser. The grenade erases bullets. Okay, that's good to know. Dude, I'm doing very poorly right now. But yeah, same as pretty much every other game we played today. There's obviously a gradual difficulty increase over the course of the game. Alright, so those strong weapons, that makes sense. And the proper way to like learn playing isn't to do it this way, because I mean, especially in a game like this where momentum is a thing, you might as well. I'm just like grenading with a kind of a set rhythm to raise his bullets. Yeah, because you get fucking 10 new grenades per life. So like, why not? This boss is a pretty absurd step up from everything else prior, though, in terms of tankiness. Oh. I'm dreading what's next here. Of course, now that we have 272,000, we don't get to buy an M60. For life seems a bit useless when I'm credit feeding anyway. Guess we can get bought. It's so weird that like this one stays, but we can't buy more of it. But the other ones, when we max them out, they actually are removed. This game is pretty long. Bunch of POWs. It doesn't show me the POW level. I think the POW level is like the crosshair. Actually, I guess that changed when we got the M16? I'm not sure. These boots. Maybe the boot wasn't maxed out, we just didn't have the license to purchase more boots or whatever. Who knows? Because again, like, it doesn't show you your power boot level on screen. Didn't mean to roll that way. Completely losing control of all my rolls. Did not even see what hit me there. Okay, no, so the reticle must be connected to POW level, because I'm back to a single reticle now. For dying. I meant to grenade, but I was busy rolling, so the grenade didn't come out. I guess the sniper, the idea is like I have snipers helping me out. Because every now and again it seems like some dudes just get shot. Yeah, like that on the far right there. Yeah, the rolling is a little bit like in Wild Guns, where the fact that they prevent you from shooting makes them a liability, not because you need to be shooting at that instant to survive, but like time spent rolling is time not spent clearing the screen of enemies. Yeah, like managing to take out any one of these guys that drop a weapon. Like, these weapons are so much more powerful. It makes a gigantic difference. Kind of makes for an interesting kind of level designed to learn and master. It's a pretty complicated game. It's interesting though. Like, I did the first 3 stages without getting hit, and now things are ramping up. All right, we finally got the M60. Now level 4? I don't know. I'm pretty confused. Stage 9. Alright, we're going to Sound Beach. Maybe we'll see Michael Max. This looks grody. Not a lot to shoot in the environment here. What the heck? I don't even see what it looks like. One up. Okay. Oh, now we're scrolling. Okay, I figured. I guess that's similar, now that I think of it, to... Like, it wasn't a big deal in earlier stages, but now that the game's more aggressive, it's becoming more of a big deal. And maybe it is in NOM 75 as well. It's just a game I don't know very well. But, like, rolling, excessive rolling means that more enemies get time to, like, populate the screen and put bullets on the screen. Like, it's a cascading effect where leaving enemies on screen for a few seconds means that they get to put bullets all over the screen, which means that you then have to roll again. So that's interesting. I guess that makes grenades pretty valuable, because throwing a grenade is much less of a time commitment than rolling. Like that, like the bullet clearing value is in like how it allows you to keep shooting. Interesting. I shouldn't have rolled there. Well, I survived pretty far. Orange flashing things, I couldn't see the bullets. Like, if I'm gonna die before I get to use the grenades, I might as well use them a little more frivolously. Like, feels better dying knowing that, oh, I should have thrown a grenade if I'm out of grenades. If that makes sense. Because it's funny to me, because I had the exact same kind of process as I was playing. Well, holy shit. Ball Guns Reloaded, where it's like I would default to jumping and dodging or whatever moves. I guess it's, yeah, you have like the roll, but the jumping is like better. I don't know, I don't remember. The difference, I think, is in that game, it becomes clear pretty quickly. In this one, I feel like for the first couple of stages, I could just roll and it was fine. Based on where we are on the map, by the way, there's no way this is like actually... Like, there's going to be several levels and bosses after this. Okay. That felt a lot simpler than the previous one. Yeah, of course, playing it for the first time is not going to give you an adequate, like, feel of... Like, even just if I were to start over now, or finishing the game and then do another run, I reckon I would have an easier time, like, moving forward. And that could make a difference in how much momentum I managed to amass. I just realized I have 400... I thought I was at, like, 46,000. Okay, we got red bombs, S bombs. What else am I going to use my score for? Oh, okay. Sound Beach stage was pretty long, so now we're at Port Town. This looks like it could be the end. Stage 10. Very Japanese-looking construction site. Oh, okay. Gotta fucking P2 arcade game, Hunter Killer. Like, not the way it looks, obviously, but like the way it's going back and forth and like spinning left and right reminds me a lot of that. Okay, I get the right bombs. Let's match bombs. Use of them. I still died with 5 bombs left. I had multiple 1-ups in this stage. Ah, I got the flamethrower and died instantly because I tried to grab a towel. Okay. I'm like not even looking at it. I keep deleting the bullets, so I have no visible sense of any bullet patterns. Playing the walking animation even when I'm standing still, which makes sense in NOM 75 because the game's like scrolling, but here we're literally standing still. Was that the final boss? Oh, I guess so. Congratulations. We got the fucking raw deal Arnold on the right. And whatever's happening on the left there. And the text all like crooked. Excellent soft design. SWAT police. All right. Crime has been handled. We exploded the museum robot and the construction site robot. That was a fun game. I'm glad to have discovered it. But yeah, when I booted it up, like I said, seeing the Judge Dredd badge on the title screen leading directly into the Fatal Fury map, I was like, oh yeah, this is this should be pretty good. But yeah, it plays well. I like it. It would be interesting to practice and learn. I think we had a like it's been a long time, I feel like, since I fully like blind played a bunch of arcade games. I mean, I've played through 64th Street before, so I guess it wasn't blind per se, but I also didn't remember anything of it aside from like the character designs. US AAF Mustang I'd never played before, never seen before really. G.I. Joe I have played, but not in a couple of decades. Similar to 64th Street, I guess. G.I. Joe, interestingly, I think is the one that felt the most sort of like every other game. I felt like, oh, we did pretty well early on, and then we started game overing 5 times every 2 seconds. But I still had the feeling if I approached it more methodically, each of those games felt more. It's not really a matter of it feeling doable, but more so I feel like it might be fun to practice this and get better at it. But I didn't really get that feeling from G.I. Joe. We started playing Superman, the Taito arcade game. Then we played Avengers in Galactic Storm, G.I. Joe, USAAF Mustang, Crime City, 64th Street, and SWAT Police. A nice, fun lineup of highly American action games. Obviously, there's no shortage of that, but these are the ones I picked out for today. I even skipped a few, but I've streamed for just over 6 hours, and I think that's about as much America as my body can currently withstand. So with that, I think we shall round things off and wrap things up. This was fun. But I'm extremely excited to eat some dinner and play some more pinball. So maybe pinball stream coming up in the not too distant future. Not at all impossible. Yeah, so have a nice Saturday and a nice rest of your weekend. Have a nice 4th of July, if that's a day that means anything in particular to you. Some of you, I hope, get to enjoy barbecue, burgers, beer, hot dogs, that kind of thing. If that's not your jam, I hope you get to enjoy something of equivalent enjoyment of your own proclivities. But before I let you go, let's see if I can figure out where to send you. Let's see here. Who else is streaming that I might like to send you to. Well, we played some good Taito games today. And Mackey's playing some Egret 2 mini stuff. Looks like he's doing shooting games. Very chill yet powered gamer over there. So let's go visit Mackey and enjoy more video games. I'm going to enjoy dinner. And I'll catch you guys later. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for big raids, big subs, big burgers, and big chillin'. And I'll catch you some other time. Peace.